Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. My name is Jim Cagney, a senior market strategist, and I am joined by our crew in Naples, Florida, senior economist Tracy Schuchart. Tracy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy NVIDIA Santa rally today. All.
I love that post this morning. You made me laugh while I was eating my eggs at like 5:30 this morning. We are also joined by macro strategist extraordinaire Craig Shapiro. Craig, good morning. How are you?
Oh, doing well, Jim. Thanks.
Great. Chat, welcome. Appreciate everybody being here today with us. We have a ton of stuff to talk about. Finally, we have some data hitting the streets. A lot of excitement last night into the morning. Let's start with the news, Shy.
All right, so I'm going to clarify the BLS data. So we are getting September data today. Now, mind you, this data is not going to include the Doge cuts because they were paid to the end of September, which would normally show up in the October data. So this will not include the Doge cuts or the layoffs from the government shutdown. That said, this is going to be the last report until the December FOMC meeting. So the next report is going to be December 16th, and this will be November data. There will be no October data. That said, the December FOMC meeting is the 9th through the 10th of December. So this will be an important number because it's the very last data we'll get, but it's also old data and doesn't include, again, Doge cuts or layoffs from the government shutdown. So really, I think unless it's an outsized number, either way, I'm not sure this will be very impactful as far as the Fed is concerned. Likely we see a market reaction, but as far as, does this change the trajectory of the Fed cut or no cut? Remember that we have gone from 90% down to 30% chance of cut just over the last couple of weeks. So we'll see what happens there. The range is huge today, and analysts estimates the range is 25,000 to 105,000. So kind of all over the board. And then a note, we are having 6 Fed speakers today, all coming after the data. So we'll see if they comment on that or not. Then, of course, we have NVIDIA is a beat and saved the stock market. We're going to have a Santa rally, everybody. So NVIDIA CEO sees the AI transformation while skeptics still count the risk. Huang says he doesn't see an AI bubble, obviously, but rather a tipping point in his view. The kind of computing his company specializes in will come to suffuse everything from writing code to running legions of robots in the everyday world, stoking investor optimism. NVIDIA shares up 5% in pre-market on this. That said, there are a growing number of skeptics that are very concerned because of the high reliance on just a few customers. We've talked to this before. It's kind of entangled in that circular nature of just a handful of companies. They did say that the growth really in the call, they said that the growth is coming from 4 companies. They didn't name the companies, but we can deduce it's probably Alphabet, it's probably Microsoft, Meta, and Oracle, at least those 3, since those were the largest customers in the prior quarter. So we'll see about that. So a really interesting quote was a lot of this growth is coming from loss-making startups or loss-making projects. So most likely the cycle ends badly unless all these companies agree to stop spending together and let profits shine through, which is a near impossibility. Remember, all of these companies have all of this spending, but really that hasn't shown up in profitability yet. We keep talking about all this CapEx spending with no real ROI at this point. That said, moving on, we have the White House is asking Congress to reject the bill curbing NVIDIA exports to China and other unfriendly nations. There is an act called the GAIN AI Act. This would create a system that requires chip makers to give Americans first dib on AI chips that are controlled for export to China and other arms embargo countries. This is a bipartisan bill and sort of a congressional pushback to Donald Trump's suggestion that he's open to such shipments. So we'll see. It looks like this is likely to go through Congress because, again, it is bipartisan. And then we talk about a lot of these companies, these AI companies doing a corporate bond. And it looks like investors are starting to back away from these corporate bonds. The big tech borrowing bonanza and signs of strain in the private credit market are spooking bond lenders to the world's top-rated business in a trend that could jolt funding costs higher, hit corporate earnings, and add stress to twitchy global markets. So investors at groups managing more than 10 trillion with a T of client assets combined expressed concern about IG debt pricing and said they were reducing exposure to the top-rated bonds, with some having sold out or begun actively betting against the asset class. So definitely something behind the scenes to keep an eye on. And that is the news roundup for this morning.
Thank you, Tracy. You know, last night's 4:20 p.m. East Coast time, NVIDIA released some data. NASDAQ reacted pretty positively. As far as I could tell, it resulted in about a 355-point push up after the dust settled. Craig, was that just kind of a knee-jerk reaction? Is that going to save the index going forward here? What's your feelings on NVIDIA's data?
Well, look, I mean, it's close to 10% of the Nasdaq, so clearly it's going to have an outsized impact on the indices. Today, it's 7, 8, close to 7, 8% of the S&P as well. And so, I guess the question will be: is the bottom in? Is everyone relieved? Is this enough to propel us into the year end? And look, we talked about this earlier in the week, but the question for NVIDIA was going to be, can they sustain the upward momentum? Can they put to rest some of the concerns about the bubble? I think they did as good a job as to be expected. The CEO is very promotional. We know that, and they, look, the economic rent to the AI chain is being accrued to NVIDIA. They are capturing basically all the economics, and so it should be no real surprise that they are doing incredibly well, and more the market cap is going to them. I think the question will be, should the rest of the market really benefit from that as well? And I think that's a bigger concern. And today we'll get some more data from on payrolls, and we'll get a little bit more information about the Fed. I thought the minutes yesterday were interesting and really showed a divide in the Fed currently, and more folks looking to put on to put the rate cutting cycle on pause for now, particularly with the lack of data that we have. And so, as Tracy mentioned, the odds down to about 30% for December cut. And if the payroll number is strong this morning, as Goldman and some others are projecting, you're likely to see those odds fall even further. But we know the pace of economic momentum away from AI CapEx is deteriorating. It doesn't look incredibly strong. I think Walmart numbers are out this morning, which stock's about flat, but really weren't that great. And so the low-end consumer continues to struggle. AI story continues to be strong. That divergence in the economy and the market's likely to continue, but we'll see. I don't think the jury is out yet, but it is expiry Friday tomorrow, and every stock's a zero-data expiry option tomorrow. So expect wild volumes and wild activity. We're also in a negative gamma position, so dealers are trading with the direction of the tape. So expect large volatility, big swings, and this data this morning will be important to see if this momentum can be sustained, or we're going to reverse it.
Yeah, I mean, the are up only about 1% on the quarter. Actually, we'll call it the quarter, and we're about 50% retraced high to low so far on the recent highs to the recent lows. So I'm a little bit nervous here. I think we're at kind of a tipping point right now, one way or the other. And Shai, you mentioned a Santa Claus rally. Is it going into Thanksgiving? Is it too early to start thinking about that and talking about the potential for that?
No, not at all. And I think, everybody is talking about it again after this great blow out a NVIDIA number. To Craig's point, though, what is market breadth going to look like? Is it just going to, is it just going to be a tech-fueled rally, right? And the other sectors, the other sectors are underperforming and just have tech performing well, and everybody, whose bets are on tech can say, all right, at least until the end of the year, we're good. Our books look good. They get their bonuses, and they reassess that trade maybe in the new year.
So what Craig mentioned Walmart, and now they're kind of trying to position themselves to maybe a higher income, I don't know, clientele maybe, and they're calling themselves a people-led, tech-powered business. Is everything going to turn into a NVIDIA-like company, or does that make? Are they just? Is this kind of like marketing fluff?
Well, Walmart is moving to the NASDAQ, believe it or not. They just announced that will happen in December, which is very interesting. But I think, throughout the earnings that we have seen, we've seen a huge increase in the number of companies stating AI or tech or whatever from last quarter. It's up 60%. We have heard those words more from every company. So everybody's kind of trying to ride that AI wave, I guess, while it lasts.
Yeah, I mean, Craig, I used to say, hey, boots on the ground is Home Depot, is Walmart, as Costco. Those were kind of my boots on the ground. What's the real customer experience? I get stuff at Walmart all the time. As a matter of fact, my 27-inch monitor that I'm looking at right now is from there. It was on sale. It was like $90. I couldn't stop. I had to stop and go and get it. But going forward here through this whole transition with this, I don't know, AI boom and stuff like that? Are these still the core kind of companies we should be looking at to decide what's true inflation hitting Americans?
Look, I think these big box retailers and Amazon as well are just going to continue to take market share away from everybody else, and so they're going to become or already are and will continue to be that much more important as a gauge on U.S. consumer spending. But look, we have a bifurcated consumer base, right? And more folks are finding value to go shop at Walmart, whether they are on the lower part of the K or the upper part of the K-shaped economy. So it's been a big Walmart's been a very good stock this year. It's really outperformed, many other retailers, many other consumer-facing stories that are having more difficulty with pricing pressures and margin squeezes and the like. So, yeah, I think these companies are of paramount importance. And I think the question now is, for the Fed, just how do they deal with this dual speed economy, right? There is clearly concern at the lower end. There's clearly concern from small businesses, from levered consumers on credit card rates, on auto rates, on mortgages. How do they bring down the cost of borrowing to those folks without spawning further inflation? Because the top end is doing incredibly well, is tied into asset prices, has strong wealth gains this year. And that's the dynamic that's creating the sticky inflation, which the hawks on the Fed have become more concerned about. They see easy financial conditions as a deterrent to getting inflation back down to 2%. And clearly that's the struggle that we're wrestling with right now. The administration's clearly upset with the Fed. Trump was out yesterday threatening to fire Powell again, and then he threatened to fire Bessent for not firing Powell also. So it was, the president is clearly upset about this. I wonder. I do think that there's a reasonable chance that we're going to get a Fed announcement before the Fed meeting next, which is on, as Tracy mentioned, on the 10th. I think it wouldn't surprise me if Trump comes out with his Fed choice before that meeting, just to put even more of a gap between his Fed and the current Fed, just to try to throw some dust in the motor or whatever the case may be. But clearly the administration wants lower rates. They want to bring down costs for Americans. But there is a contingent on the Fed that seems unwilling to do that at this point.
I mean, yeah, it was crazy. I mean, Shai, is he just keep picking at the scab here, or just making matters worse?
Well, absolutely, and it was he was very quiet about it for a little bit there, but then at the U.S. Saudi meeting, he brought that up. He went on a tirade against Powell in the middle of that meeting, which was a very interesting place to do that. But nonetheless, here we are. He is back to bashing Powell. He even said that, he should be sued for the Fed building renovations, which I thought we got over that months ago.
Look, Jim, I think that the administration, Trump particularly, is very concerned about the fall in polling data, right? There's been a real big slide in his approval ratings, particularly with how he's dealing with the economy and how he's dealing with affordability. And so the government, his administration, they're very keen on trying to arrest those polling declines, and they see the weakness in the economy. And their view is, look, most Americans believe if you cut interest rates, borrowing costs are going to go down. They don't care about the other ancillary effects about inflation. The American public is not smart enough to understand that. That's what the administration believes. And so, from Trump's perspective, bring down the borrowing costs. That's going to lower costs for all Americans. We're bringing inflation down in other ways, and so together, the administration with the Fed can really help the people. That will arrest the polling declines. That will fix the economy. That will fix affordability. And that'll allow Republicans to, win the midterms, right, in 2026. I think that's what he's thinking, and he sees the Fed is stymieing that. And so, get ready for him to get even more aggressive in the coming days and weeks, and probably will make this Fed announcement. I know Kevin Hassett is the odds-on favorite. I think that's, probably going to be his choice. But we'll see. There's some people think that Waller might be the choice too, but I think this decision is probably going to happen before the next Fed meeting.
Could I ask you guys who's the best choice? In your opinion?
Look, I think if he chooses Hassett, there will be concerns about Hassett being really, a company man, right? That he is a Trump guy, and that he will sacrifice the inflation mandate. And so I think the bond market will be a little bit more concerned about that dynamic. Now, right now, with yields where they are, and in the low 4% for 10 years, we're really not in a threatening situation at the long end. But I think long end investors will become a little bit more concerned that the Fed would become less serious about inflation fighting. I think Waller would be a better pick for the markets because he's been there a while. People have seen him be a hawk. They've seen him be a dove. They view him as rational and really not a Trump guy all in. And so I think that would be probably something the market would like more. But Trump is Trump, right? He gets to, and he ultimately gets to choose this one.
I think choosing Hassett kind of threatens that, if you want to call the Fed independent, but the independence of the Fed, and it would be too tied in with the government.
But the other thing that I was thinking is, we had some dissent last meeting, and that could be exacerbated going forward if the right guy isn't, or gal, whoever, isn't put in there.
Look, I think there's plenty of other central banks around the world that have regular dissent. The Bank of England has dissent all the time. They have split, 5-4 votes or 6-3 votes all the time. And I think we may just have to get used to an environment where we are going to have we're going to have 2 dissents or 3 dissents at every meeting if that's the dynamic. But ultimately, it is a majority committee, and so they may not really care too much. I think dissenting votes will try to push back on the pace of easing, to the extent that it's not warranted, or if inflation worries start to creep back up again. But ultimately, we'll have to we can live in an environment where we have dissenting votes. Typically, dissent's not such a bad thing, so it should be probably encouraged a little bit more at the Fed.
Yeah. I got you. So we Black Friday, I don't know, I guess it started already, even though Thanksgiving is until next week. But I was thinking about that and thinking, well, how important with, this delayed data release and maybe, some numbers that are going to initially come out that aren't so copacetic, is this data that we're going to get from the Black Friday sales from the stores going to be important to anybody who's analyzing the equity market?
I think so. I think people want to know the strength of the consumer. How has it been holding up in recent weeks? And as the underlying economy has softened a bit, and as the government shutdown hurt a lot of federal government workers as well as ancillary workers who are tied into contracts with the federal government. And we know that come late January we're going to be shutting the government down again. So is consumer confidence going to hold up here between now and the end of the year? I think Black Friday, will be a good tell on that. I think it's one data point, but I mean, to the extent that we have robust spending, I think people will feel comfortable that the economy is holding together. And if we see, some slowdown, there'll be some more confirming evidence that the pace of the economy is starting to slow away from the AI capex story, and that's more of a concern and something that the Fed probably should be thinking more actively about dealing with. And to the extent that they're not, then I think risk asset markets will act in a negative way, almost to force them back into thinking about the December cut, or certainly raising the odds for a January cut.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, overnight, the 30-year Treasury bonds are stuck in the mud again, but they're at the bottom of their of that consolidation range. They're at that 116.15 handle right now. They're not. They've spent a lot more time down there than up at that 117.15 handle. So it's a little sluggish here. We're just kind of waiting. If there's going to be a breakout one way or the other, and I had to guess, I'd say bonds to the downside, which means yields up, but we're not quite there yet. It's been a pretty tight channel going sideways. Bitcoin is up today from a percentage point of view, not bad, 2.5% almost, but still we're at 91,000 on the Bitcoin. Gold is kind of stuck in the mud just south of that 4,100 level. So the trends are kind of, and a lot of these markets are kind of paused right now. And so I'd go to you, Craig, and say, which market should we look at to kind of be a leader of the ghost of future past?
Yeah.
Or present, rather.
Look, I think
ghost of future present.
Look, I think the fact that the markets are paused into a very big data point today makes a lot of sense, right? I think markets they want to see what the pace of the job market momentum looked like at the end of September. Everyone has an idea of what the last couple of months likely looked like. We have the ADP number, we have the layoff announcements, but September could, did it hold things together? Were things really starting to deteriorate further in September? I think people want to know that. So I think no surprise we're seeing some stalling action right into this number. But for me, I'm looking at the dollar here. The dollar has really started to, pick up a bit more momentum. DXY trading firmly, and particularly against the yen. Basically, been breaking out over the course of the last several days. Through the 157 handle here. Euro's been breaking down. Dollar strength there too. So I think what we're seeing is a dynamic in play where the Fed being a little bit more hawkish, not delivering the pace of rate cuts has put some strength into the dollar. And the weakness in, kind of European economic momentum is the euro story. And then in Japan, what we have is new government, big stimulus ideas as leading to a weak yen, higher JGB yield environment as markets are trying to come to grips with how are they going to pay for it. And so that pressure in JGBs, I think, is what's probably keeping up global long-end sovereign yields, right? And so in an environment where the U.S. economy is slowing, you'd expect more of a rally in the long end. I think some of the weakness that we've seen in the long end over the course of the last few days has been tied into this global dynamic where JGB yields are making 30, 40-year highs. I don't think we're at risk of a Japan-led market meltdown type situation like we've seen, carry trade unwinds like we've seen over the course of the last few years. But if the pace of yen declines, starts to accelerate, or JGB yields start to, move more aggressively, let's say in the coming days and weeks, cross-asset market investors are going to start to pick up on that. And they're going to say, wait a minute, we've seen this story before. What are the implications here for, U.S. risk assets in an environment where the dollar's ripping and yields are moving higher? Typically, that's not been a good, setup for broad risk assets. If that's the dynamic we get over the course of the next few days and into next week, I think that's a headwind for stocks.
Yeah, I mean, it's notable, but Dixie's over 100 again. So we'll see. It's been rejected here several times. So we'll see. Keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on the dollar for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the yen U.S. futures, we're tracking. I mean, we're hitting rock bottom and still digging here. We're almost to that January 25th low of this year, and the next stop after that, we're talking July 2024. It's not a pretty sight right now. Yeah, someone might say a double bottom here, but to your point, Craig, this might not end.
Yeah, I think BOJ meets in December. There'll be some folks who are thinking will they look to raise rates here? I think the odds are pretty low. I don't expect them to do that. So I think we're going to continue to see pressure, dollar up, JGB yields up, and will that have cross asset market implications? I think it will if we start to see these moves exacerbate into the next couple weeks.
Very awesome. Well, Craig, thank you for that. I appreciate your intel this morning. You're going to be back in a little bit. We'll talk to you some more for Tape Talk, so hang
So,
tight.
sounds good.
Shy,
Hey, what's up?
we have a special guest today. First, give us a preview.
We do. We have Danielle DiMartino Booth. I'm sure everybody knows her. She needs no introduction, but she is CEO and Chief Strategist of QI Research. She is also a former Federal Reserve insider. She wrote a book called Fed Up, which I'm sure many of you have read. And so looking forward to talking to her this morning.
Awesome. Well, let's get her in here. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. How are you? You're getting me at the most tenuous time since the government shutdown. We're about to have all kinds of data hit in 5 minutes.
Yeah, we are, and we will. And while you're on, we'll break. We'll talk about it because we'll see the data hitting the tape in real time, which is going to be exciting. But right away, I got to ask you. The Fed minutes came out yesterday. Any surprises there? What's the temperature of these folks going into possibly a transition Fed in a few months?
So I think that the timing could not have been better or worse worse for the Trump administration, better for Fed hawks who do not want to lower rates again on December the 10th. It wasn't the minutes. The minutes were really exactly what we expected. There were many participants who felt that we didn't need to lower rates again for the rest of the year. Several thought that we should be lowering them. Several thought we shouldn't have lowered them at all. In other words, there was a non-voter who agreed with Jeffrey Schmid, who dissented against a rate cut at all on October the 29th. So, but the fact that the administration, somebody decided to cancel the October jobs report, not only that, much more importantly, push off until 6 days after the Fed meets the release of the November non-farm payroll. So even though we have an overabundance of data, right? We've had almost 500,000 negative job revisions just in the data that has been reported up until what we're about to see. The highest first half of negative job revisions in real time. I'm not talking about benchmark revisions that come 18 months later and all that BS, but that's the highest number of negative revisions since 1979. So the Fed has, we just had job cut announcements hit a 15-year high. Jay Powell, when he was at the Carlyle Group from 1997 to 2005, he founded the industrials group there. He speaks to all of these CEOs who are pushing through with mass layoffs. He knows exactly what's happening on the ground. But again, the hawks at the Fed are looking for cover. They're looking for an excuse to say they can't see through the fog. And bizarrely enough, ironically enough, the administration that wants for the Fed to cut rates just gave them an excuse not to, because they're not going to have any relevant data, non-farm payrolls for October rolled into November until December the 16th, 6 days after the Fed meets. Never seen an administration shoot itself in the foot like this.
So, Shai, hang on one sec, Shai. I just want one quick follow-up question there, because I've been saying this for a long time. The Fed has a whole bunch of economists. They know the answer, but they have to kind of react to the public information, right? So which makes maybe for bad policy. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Well, it makes for a very bad policy. Look, we've had just the shutdown gave the Fed an opportunity to embrace more alternative data sets. Heck, ADP handed them one on a silver platter. And now we've got rolling 4-week numbers for the entire private sector.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, this was the Fed's opportunity to say, you know what, we're going to come into this century. We're not going to rely on the data that 89% of economists surveyed by Reuters said that they did not hold faith in a few months before the shutdown occurred. So this is a squandered opportunity for a very political Fed that wants to do everything that it can, like him, love him or not, to stick it to the administration to the point that they're derelict in their duties to the American people, because there's an overabundance of data. Forget what's about to happen with September. That's as moldy and oldie and stale as you can get. What's happened subsequent to that? We know that Americans are losing their job. We see these mass layoff announcements. UPS 48,000, Amazon 14,000. That was followed up by Verizon and 15,000. These are not small numbers. And the Fed knows that it needs to be easing policy. I think this next December 10th meeting, you are going to see fireworks of dissents, probably on both sides, if they cut. If they don't cut at all, you will probably see more dissents in one meeting than we've seen in decades.
Yeah.
All right.
Shai, we're going to have numbers in a second here, Shai.
Yeah, we have the data right now. So change in private payrolls was plus 97,000, survey plus 65,000. Jobless claims came in at 220,000, survey 227,000. Continuing claims higher at 1.974 million. Expectation was 1.950.
And yet we added to those negative revisions. So we got a negative 33,000 on the prior 2 months in July and August.
Of course.
Of course.
And the S&P futures are like sleeping.
And
They're not moving.
And the most importantly, and this is what's going to make life really difficult for Jay Powell, because a few meetings ago, he shifted our focus to the U3, to the official unemployment rate, saying, all the revisions in the past, maybe non-farm payrolls aren't the best official indicator for us to follow. And here we have it, a 4.4% unemployment rate that is just a tenth shy of their year-end target. They're within spitting distance of what their year-end target is on the one indicator that Jay Powell said was the most important.
Yeah.
It is fascinating. And I think we're at a cycle high on continuing claims to boot. And by the way, those continuing claims, this is for the survey week for the November non-farm payroll. Any week that contains the 12th of any month is considered to be the survey date. Earlier this week at 3:14 a.m., the Department of Labor accidentally released the survey week for October the 8th, which contained October the 12th, October the 18th. In 52 hours time, we've gotten the October survey week for non-farm payrolls and the November survey week for non-farm payrolls.
So, markets are barely reacting to this. Obviously, it is old data. It doesn't include Doge cuts. It doesn't include layoffs. What is the expectation kind of going forward, or what do you feel this does or doesn't do to the decision in December?
Well, I would say the only thing that, as I was saying before, you're going to get a lot of dissents from the Doves. The Doves were very polite. Waller and Bowman did not dissent at the September meeting. They held a unified front. Even though they would have wanted a 50 basis point rate cut, they were not going to show any allegiance to Stephen Miron, who, as far as the rest of the governors are concerned, needs to make his way right back to the White House where he came from, where he put his paycheck on hold for 4 whole months. That is not exactly showing reverence for the institution of the Federal Reserve after having been sworn in as a governor. So that's why they had that unified front with a 4.4% unemployment rate. There will be dissent on December the 10th if there's not a 25 basis point cut. Philip Jefferson, the vice chair of the Fed, has come out and said the labor market is problematic. Susan Collins, a voter, she's come out and said the labor market is problematic. And we know we've got Bowman and Miron and Waller. So you're talking about a 5-way dissent right now, simply because that unemployment rate printed at 4.4%.
Yeah, I mean, having a spy in the house of love is not really a good thing when it's revealed like it is. But let's shift gears a little bit to consumer credit, because I know you've been writing about this a lot, with used cars, not used cars, just general consumer credit. How problematic is that right now?
Well, we had 2 interesting companies report yesterday. S&P, most importantly, reported on autos specifically and said that it is seeing respectively subprime delinquencies for cars and prime delinquencies for auto loans at the highest since 2009 and 2010, respectively. So I love it when everybody on the Twitter sphere is like, it's contained to subprime. I'm like, what are you all, a bunch of Ben Bernanke's? Because it's not. It's not contained to subprime. We're seeing it move up the prime ladder in reaction to millions of Americans not being able to service their student debt that they never thought that they would have to service. And the other report that came out from TransUnion yesterday showed that credit card, personal loan, every single form of credit besides auto loans, serious delinquencies just flatlined. That's where we saw credit availability, underwriting standards pull back the quickest was in the auto loan space, but it's just hovering up at a really high level. But what we heard yesterday from TransUnion is that all of the distress and the delinquency is not improving and that it's moving up into into the prime ladder with an unemployment rate at 4.4%. That's the kicker. We're at the heights of the Great Recession, and we haven't even seen what's to come in terms of the increase in the unemployment rate. That's what you have to marry to the distress in the consumer sector. That if we're going, as we see these mass layoffs begin to roll through, remember mass layoffs, most companies like Verizon, UPS, Amazon, they're going to give their employees 6 to 9 months of severance. But that severance pay is going to end. And the WARN notices we're seeing come from individual states. Those are smaller. They only get 6 to 9 weeks of severance. So we are going to start to see on a rolling basis, a continued rise in prime consumer delinquencies.
Yeah.
And everybody is talking, or well, at least in the X sphere, how the K-shaped economy, it's fine because we have the upper part of the K holding up the entire economy essentially. But is this fine? Is this, how do we marry this with, market being at all-time highs and half of the economy is not doing well at all?
Well, I think that narrative holds together today. And when I say today, I mean today. If the NVIDIA earnings are enough to reverse the risk off trading that we've seen, if we see Bitcoin close, say, above 93,000 today, that could help things. We could see some consolidation and a rally, and therefore that narrative hold. But I can guarantee you the wealthy have taken notice of what's been happening in the markets, the increased volatility, the degradation in the real economy. There's a lot of nervousness in this market. If we get the passive flows that come jumping on in at the end of November and much bigger with quarterly rebalance at the end of December, that's great. But at the same time, the Federal Reserve is telling us that liquidity is drying up in the system. We've got blue owls of the world saying, oops, we're canceling the merger of 2 private credit funds. The cockroaches that Jamie Dimon mentioned continue to come out of the woodwork and put pressure on credits. S&P reported just a few days ago that bankruptcies are running at a 15-year high. This story has not ended. We can have the momentum trade pick up today, and we can see that going forward. But the horse is kind of out of the barn when it comes to, a year ago, the AI trade was being supported by cash flow and earnings. Now, when you look at the debt to earnings ratios of any given Mag 7, we see that their debt to equity ratios have gone up tremendously. Yeah. And we're now supporting this AI narrative, which supports the 10% of consumers, top 10% of earners who account for 50% of consumption. We're seeing that tested. And this has got to be making Jay Powell nervous, especially because his standing repo facility does not appear to be doing the job that he wanted it to do. And it looks like the market's going to be clamoring for not QE 2.0 pretty soon here going into the end of the year.
Yeah, I mean, the SOFR rate is, it's been surprisingly volatile. SOFR's so many small institutions and even individuals will borrow SOFR plus
Hmm.
to at a bank or somewhere like that. And it's such an important part of growth for that smaller part of the investment community that with that uncertainty and with that kind of stickiness where SOFR is right now, what is there? When could we expect some relief? I mean, it's if the Fed doesn't cut a lot, then if that SOFR is going to be sticky.
It certainly is. And you're certainly right. And again, Bank of America came out with a report a few days ago that said that the average small business is now losing money. I mean, Small Business America, the largest employer in the country, they're on their knees. Credit is prohibitively expensive for them, and they're being forced to lay off themselves. That's what we're seeing in the ADP monthly data. That the large companies are just now starting to catch up and lay people off in earnest. But the Fed is not making monetary policy for the broad economy. The Fed is making monetary policy to spite Donald Trump, and that's not their job.
That makes sense. And we're also seeing, I mean, a lot of these AI companies were issuing debt because they're running out of spending and we're not seeing an ROI on this spending. And, we have some talk of some investor groups kind of starting to shy away from these bonds and some actually even having sold out. So of the position entirely. So, what does this look like if this situation, gets worse for the sector and for those bonds and for those companies?
Look, the narrative has to hold. And now we've got this canary in the coal mine called Oracle. And we're watching the credit default swaps on Oracle like a hawk. We're looking at all of the big names in the private world, KKR, Carlyle Group, Blackstone. We're following them very closely because they're the ones that have a cockroach problem. And we're seeing it increasingly. And the problem that we have right now, Tricolor and First Brands have nothing to do with AI, but the way they were financed. When you hear overnight in the Twitter sphere, I think you even shared it in the chat room, in the QI chat room, Tracy, when you actually have when you're talking about NVIDIA and factoring. So if they're starting to play cute with their balance sheet in order to pump up revenues by factoring receivables, that's exactly what First Brands did. So to your point, Tracy, as the market begins to question more how these AI firms are justifying committing to trillions of dollars in investment, even though they're only barely profitable, if not losing money on some of these ventures.
Yeah, and when does the retail investor get whacked because they're jumping on the bandwagon?
That's a very good question. And I don't want Bitcoin because I think it's a viable exchange. It's we're not transacting in Bitcoin. Let's get real. It's got a 99% correlation with the Nasdaq 100. But I think that Bitcoin is the thing to watch in terms of the risk appetite of the retail investor, as well as the direction of the broad market. It is your ultimate barometer on whether or not the AI narrative is holding or breaking. And it's the ultimate barometer because so many people are Michael Saylor acolytes and want to be they want to be faithful to their, take me to your leader. They would drink the Kool-Aid, a lot of them, even if it was Jim Jones serving it. So Bitcoin is kind of, to me at least, it's the linchpin to gauge what's going to happen with the retail investor and what's going to happen with the broader market and the AI narrative.
Yeah, that's a good point. Shai, we got a little over a minute left. Any last minute thoughts for Danielle?
Yeah, what are you specifically looking at? We talked about Bitcoin, we talked about delinquencies and such, but what else are you focused on for kind of clues on where this economy is and where it may be going?
So, I'm also watching the housing market very, very, very closely, seeing the turn in construction employment. when it was the lone holdout, and it held out for longer than any major sector, right? Because we had all of the Biden infrastructure spending, and that continued to work its way through. Data center construction, of course, continues in earnest. But one of the feathers that we put out earlier this week demonstrated that out of AI, non-residential private construction is contracting. So I am watching the housing market. I'm watching commercial real estate. We have found a way to get into a CMBS structure and actually have the AAA tranche take a loss on the distressed side. So watch housing, watch commercial real estate, and watch those banks.
Wow. Well, Danielle, it's so nice to meet you. Thank you so much for spending time with us this morning.
Thank
Excellent
you.
interview. Great intel for sure. Look forward to talking to you again.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Shai, we have great guests on the show, but we were just talking to the GOAT.
Oh, yeah, for sure. She is
Unbelievable.
absolutely amazing.
Fantastic. All right. Well, it's this time. It's about the time. It's this time for Tape Talk. We're going to do something a little special. We're going to add to our muscle power here on Tape Talk. We're going to get in both Farm and Craig Shapiro. Let's do it. Oh, that's right, Shai. Oh man, I don't want to say goodbye to Shai.
I'll see you guys in the chat, and I'll be
I'll
back
talk.
this afternoon.
I'll talk to you later. Oh my goodness. Man. Anyway, man, I love Danielle. I have never met her before. I've seen her before on shows and listened to her, but wow, in reality, she is the real deal.
Yeah, she's a powerhouse. She knows her stuff. She knows her Fed stuff. She knows her economic stuff, and she's been, a great tell on, the consumer and, really being critical of what the Fed's been doing. And so it was great to hear her insights there. And, particularly given we just got some data finally for the first time in quite some time.
Yeah, and let's talk about that. So, I'm looking at the E-mini S&P. I just got an intraday chart up on the screen right here. We had a little bit of a pop up. We were driving up anyway after the Nvidia news last night, and we had a little bit of a pop up. We broke through that London initial balance high, but it wasn't. It was kind of subtle, and it wasn't earth shattering in my opinion. It just kind of it's okay. I'm happy about it, but nothing really, at least at this point, to get excited about. I guess, Farm, what are you thinking about going? What are you thinking about the price action so far?
Yeah, I mean, we have so far a clean break from the range of the last 2 days, basically. And I know you've been watching that contract to date volume profile,
Yeah.
and ES just came into volume point of control for that profile, right? We had an excursion down below the Valley area low from that profile down towards October low, and now we've popped back up, and here we are back at value, and also the Sunday open. To me, I mean, it all looks constructive. I mean, I can forgive a smallish move on a better than feared non-farm payrolls, but I mean, let's be honest, it wasn't going to be bad if they were willing to put it out, right? So here we are. Today's going to be all about whether or not this gap up sustains, and if it does, then I don't see a reason why we can't traverse that contract volume profile back up to value area high, basically.
Yeah. I mean, Craig, how impactful is this NVIDIA plus the data release right now? Is it just kind of a hem haw, or is it going to set the pace?
Well, certainly the NVIDIA stuff will give some relief to the concerns about the AI story completely rolling over imminently. So that's helpful. I think with respect to the non-farm payroll print, better than expected top line job creation figure, but negative revisions, a tick up in the unemployment rate, and a new 52-week high in continuing claims suggest that the labor market really, it isn't doing particularly well, which we know. I don't think that there's going to be much in the way of movement on the Fed odds, though, right? I think, to the earlier conversation, the Fed's not going to be getting really incremental data here on the labor market until after they meet. And so I suspect we're going to continue to be in an environment where markets have to deal with this idea that the Fed's not going to be providing that incremental accommodation in December. And so I think that's a concern, right? Because the pace of the economy is slowing. And so if the Fed's not willing to address that in December, and is going to wait again until 6 weeks later in January, well, that's 6 more weeks of weakness that we have to be worrying about here. So I think most importantly, both those events now are out of the way. And so volatility is going to come down, right? I mean, we had volatility very elevated for NVIDIA and for NFP. Now you're going to get some relief with some vol selling. That should be supported for the tape today, but it is expiry tomorrow. So again, a lot of cross currents between now and the end of the day on Friday that we have to navigate through. I think ultimately NVIDIA stuff is good, but the economy not so good. Sounds pretty similar to what we've been talking about for months about this bifurcated market, bifurcated economy.
Yeah, and Fireman, I'm keeping my eye on bonds right now. We're trading 116.12 at the bottom of that, really at the bottom of that consolidation range. Bonds did not like anything last night
No.
or this morning. Are you keeping your eye on this on the bond market for clues on what's going to go on in other places?
Yeah, I keep an eye on a big picture, particularly looking for major technical breaks, right? I've said a few times both. To me, when I'm trading ES&Q, I'm watching, the dollar big picture, or currencies in general, and then bonds big picture. And to me, major technical moves tend to matter to indices. Kind of your minor chop range moves don't matter a huge ton, other than like maybe which sectors are in favor for a given day. But in terms of like the indices broadly, I don't think so. Interestingly, on that same contract to date volume profile, the 30-year is sitting right at value area low of that. So, it's very interesting how a lot of these instruments react to those contract volume profiles. So we'll watch it, and yeah, I don't know. I kind of lean towards any sell-off in bonds at some point is going to be a buy. Because I do believe that we are seeing some weakening in some spots. I'm sure they put out some numbers that looked okay, but as Craig mentioned and Danielle mentioned, we've got a lot of negative revisions. ADP's been kind of a shit show for a while, and we're not going to get Octobers, right? So that's interesting. And most importantly, I posted this back in 2023 when a lot of people were talking about a recession. I said there's no recession until a hard 10 delivers my Domino's pizza, and compliments me on my calves. Okay. Last night I ordered a pizza, and let me tell you, this dude was a smoke show. So like, I'm really concerned about the economy. He even laughed at my "that's what she said" joke. He showed up early. So I said, wow, that was faster than I expected. And, of course, but yeah, I mean, I think things are weakening here, and I would probably be looking to get long some bonds at some point. I just haven't decided when. But like Craig mentioned, like the script here is now vol sellers come in after NVIDIA is out of the way, and to me, it's almost an event, right? Like an FOMC with NVIDIA earnings, and so that's a script, right? Is that vol sellers come in and they just smash this, and we just grind up into the holidays, and win Moon, win Lambo. And I think that's a reasonable probability here. We do have plenty of room for, a daily high or low on these charts. But to me, most important to me, like, because I was short, last week, basically, or short biased anyways. And for me, NQ came down and it took out October's low on a cash hours basis. I mean, like barely, but it did. And to me, I'm always looking to exit shorts. Like we've been in a massive, massive monthly uptrend, right? And so once that pauses by taking out a prior month's low, there's almost always going to be a back test higher. It was kind of annoying that ES didn't by like two handles. But to me, it was just cover, like whether you're short NQ, short ES, just cover there. And then look for, potential swing long situations, because it's almost always going to back test higher. You don't just like end a massive, massive uptrend that we've been in for, 6 months, what have you, 6 months plus, and then just go to zero, right? And so to me, this is part of that back test. Does this back test come up and make new highs? Does this back test, come up and make a lower high? That's yet to be seen. But I mean, again, like today, this is huge. And we talk about this anytime I'm on like a Wednesday or a Thursday. We talk about, the weekly volume profile and how that's developing out. And to me, some weeks it's just like we stay in balance all week. Okay, fine. But a lot of weeks we make an attempt to break for some kind of a double distribution week. And that's what we're doing right now, right? We have a clean break away from this volume from the last 2 days, right? And so as long as that sustains and we put in some volume and consolidate, somewhere up here, that's going to be a pretty good look into next week for allowing this reversal to be durable, right? So I mean, of course, the last thing we want to see is a gap and crap, but I mean, this has a lot of room to see some kind of inventory correction into the open or at open, and that would still be constructive. I mean, the highs from yesterday was 67.09. So that's way down there, right? My target for this is like 75 initially. And then, we'll see if it pauses. 65 and 75 is kind of what I would have wanted to see. It's like already there. So that's a little bit annoying if you're a cash hours only trader. And then from there, we'll see if this makes a run for basically call it 6,800. That's the contract to date value area high. I mean, that's the big spot. I mean, the prior, 1010 high, all that market generated information is right there. And that's going to be kind of the massive test, call it 67.90 to 68.20 range, has potential to be tricky. But I mean, again, as long as this doesn't give back, the range from the last couple of days, I think it looks constructive.
Yeah. So we talked about this a little bit earlier, but Craig, walk us through how vol and gamma are going to affect the ES and NASDAQ today.
Yeah, it's going to be a wild day for with this gap up here, and we are in a negative gamma position, and so that's been part of the strength. Also, is that dealers have already been active, kind of buying with the tape here. We have the Nvidia to deal with. There's going to be massive amount of options activity there for tomorrow. For tomorrow expiry. We also have there's a big roll that takes place today in this covered call ETF called QYLD. So they're going to be buying back their hedges between 2 and 4 o'clock. That's a $10 billion buy. That's going to take place, towards the end of the day here. That should keep support for the NASDAQ, and then they roll their position tomorrow. So there'll be a seller of calls tomorrow morning between 11 and 1 p.m. So that should be some pressure tomorrow. So again, a lot of cross currents here on the options profile with expiry tomorrow, S&Ps in the morning, and then single stock tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, I think position sizes need to be smaller. We're going to have a lot of two-way activity, I think, today. But ultimately, as I'm looking here, kind of after digesting these numbers for that were out 25 minutes ago, gold's back to down. The dollar has kind of held its bid for the most part. A bit of a curve steepener here. So front end yields have moved down a little bit, but back end yields kind of are really not moving all that much, which makes sense, right? Because I think what we have here is evidence that the economy is continuing to show signs of sluggishness, but not slow enough yet for the Fed to come in and really assure a rate cut is coming in December. And so I think that uncertainty about when the Fed's going to be providing accommodation is going to have people concerned. And so that's why I think the dollar can continue to be bid. And I think that's going to be a problem for areas of the market that are away from the AI CapEx story. Right. And so we've talked about this, for quite some time. But the other benefit the AI stocks have is they have buyback support too. So as we transition into next week, there's going to be plenty of share buybacks that provide support for these big cap tech names. And so I think we're going to continue to see this tech outperformance, between now and the end of the year. Is that going to be in an up tape or a down tape? I think we're still TBD. We still have to, some wood to chop here into some of these ranges. I think, for me personally, I'm looking for, fading these ranges as opposed to thinking we're going to just, break out back to all-time highs.
Yeah, excellent. Hey, Farm, let's pivot over to the NASI real quick if you can. I mean, we're actually trading above the call resistance level on the futures side of things, which is at 2,500 right now. But, we're systematically looking pretty similar to the ES right now.
Yeah, structurally it's very similar. And to me, I mean, these kind of like 290s upwards to, I would say, actually my target on this, if this move sustains outside of that kind of 280, 290 range, would be about 369 ultimately. But I think Craig's right in like looking at which sectors, which names fade off of this, I think is going to be important. I think there's going to be some fantastic shorts out there across individual names, whether it's today or in the coming days. There's a lot of broken charts out there, including a lot of broken charts in the NASDAQ. But for today, first order of business again is going to be, do we sustain yesterday's high basically effectively? We could maybe dip just a little bit lower on the NAS. Sometimes it'll do a little bit of a trappy situation, maybe down to like 869 to 882 within yesterday's range would be like a sick trap that I could see potentially play out. But it's again, it's the same picture as ES, right? We need to break away and sustain this breakaway from this volume. Fill in, you see this little baby distribution from last week. Maybe it can find a home in here, call it 25 upwards to, basically this 25, 280, 290 range, and consolidate. And that looks constructive. Give it all back, and we're going to be slightly less bullish into tomorrow. So it's all about whether or not this gap sustains. And again, like it can open and we can just completely shit the bed for like 30 minutes straight, and then just come into yesterday's high, hold, and then just go back to up only mode or something. So it's a big day to me. Again, like a lot of charts are busted. So it is kind of hard for me to be like mega bullish and like chase this rally. I took a long this morning and paper handed it like a good paper perma bear, right? I mean, we're always going to close those longs before data if it's a long and you're a perma bear. If it was a short, of course, I would have held through. But I'm not looking to chase this up here, but I am willing to buy responsive dips and constructive dips as long as broadly yesterday's high is holding on these indices.
Very awesome, gentlemen. Well, I appreciate your time this morning. Great intel as usual. And I won't see you farm till next week. I'll talk to Craig later on. So have a great rest of the week, great weekend. Craig, I will talk to you later on. Thank you for this morning, because right now it's time to trade the open.
Take care, guys.
We have Nick for a tick and XYZ in the house. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Jim.
Good morning.
Exciting morning so far.
I mean, very exciting if you are, I guess, long any of the semis or really anything in the NASDAQ that's getting the transitive bid at this point.
Yeah, Farm mentioned individual components, looking to get short some of those. I just got to say, I can't wait for that single stock futures to get here, because they're just around the corner, by the way.
Is it?
I mean, well, in relative terms.
Okay.
I mean, it's coming. It's coming. It's closer than we think. So it's going to add to our
How
arsenal
close?
for sure.
Give us some insider info.
I can't give you due dates because I don't know. And plus, we got programmers involved, and those guys are super, super smart, but you can't ask them a date.
I'm excited for that for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Any event. Yeah. So, I mean, let's start with you, Nick. What's your sense of what's going on here for going into the open?
I mean, my thoughts really comes down to, is this little push going to sustain? I mean, we're not that far from where we were trading pretty much Monday and parts of Friday. So it's not like we've gone up so high that, I'm ready to say that the rally's back on to the end of the year and, we're going to make a new all-time high before Christmas. This is kind of an interesting session. I mean, I'm more curious like how we kind of trade at this point, I guess, after Thanksgiving, just because we're going to see, obviously, whatever we're going to see with options expiration heading into tomorrow. And then we're going to start seeing lighter volume in the early parts of next week into the holiday. So for me, I guess, until we kind of get into December, I don't know what to believe with how we trade, where we're going, and how to react towards it. So for me, I mean, this morning, it's just, I'm going to be patient and see, do sellers kind of defend in this area? This is right at the week open in the S&P. So I would hope that you might see some defense if they're going to make any sort of stand here. If not, yeah, we probably just continue higher into some of last week's range. So I don't really have a bias going into today, but I'm ready to just jump on the train if this keeps on pumping.
All right. All right. XYZ, what are you thinking?
For NQ, yeah, missed the pump. I mean, they held this over and over and over down here, prior week low. Another taper, but this time there's a bit of offsides volume. So it's a little more meaningful. It's the same thing as the down move up here. They tried to break this thing out. That's a no-go. The market sees it. They see the choice. We make that new low. And then again, finally, they have the trap. Hold higher. We're going higher. So I don't know. NQ's got to figure out its feelings here. Obviously, leaning bullish for obvious reasons now. But ultimately, to position myself, it's not going to be that simple. So we'll let that figure itself out. Gold, they did everything without us overnight, right here, same spot. Volume that needs to hold, keeps holding, and then they test it again. Two occasions, no volume, no interest downside. Coming back to low volume upside, still it's holding. So we've got this candle right here, this hourly candle that's as indecisive as it gets. I'm gonna wait until the market, both NQ and gold, makes a decision or enough decisions for me to want to get alongside either direction. But for now, yeah, there's a lot still to be determined. I don't like to get into the middle of knife fights. I will let them figure it out. I'm not in a hurry. So that's where I am.
Yeah. By the way, micro gold, 326,000 contracts have traded already today. And from by comparison, the E-mini S&P, 328,000 contracts traded. We talked about this yesterday. Gold and micro gold is it's here. It's here to stay. It's a great liquid market. The CME did a great job promoting it. You guys are doing a great job trading it. It's just a fantastic market to take a look at. So I'm glad you covered that, XYZ.
Yep. And XY, we might be actually trading gold today because it still feels like if we can get back into zombie levitation drift upwards into the end of the year, I mean, I'm just gonna become an oil and gold trader apparently.
Big
Because
oil guy now?
I will throw on the cowboy hat if this turns into a drift up and we get whatever we get tomorrow for options expiration. I mean, next week I'm gonna be super light trading just because historically that is like one of the worst weeks that I could ever trade because volume's dead after basically Tuesday. And yeah,
Yep.
so coming back from Thanksgiving, if we're just in zombie mode, back into summer, low volume, grind up, Santa rally, I'm going to be trading probably crude and gold the rest of the year, and I will be throwing on a cowboy hat.
Well, they're already calling you in chat, Nick, Landman.
Landman.
Well, I was going to say season 2 of Landman came out, I think last Sunday. I haven't started the new season yet, so need to catch up
Is
with
it
that, I
good?
guess, this weekend. The first season's amazing. Absolutely
All
loved
right.
it.
I'll throw it
I have
So
on.
not seen
if
it
you
yet.
if you have not watched it, I would highly recommend. And shout out to any of our friends that are out there in the Permian Basin in West Texas. I don't know if any traders are out there. Maybe some are.
So, just to clarify my earlier sentence, a 90 bid even, single stock futures are coming back. They were launched a long time ago in an exchange called One Chicago. They failed miserably. Well, they're competing with the mark, couldn't do it. So they did disappear. You're correct, but they are coming back sooner than later. And they're going to be listed by the CME. So. It'll be the real deal. We're looking forward to that. And by the way, Chad, thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys supporting us, being part of our community. Awesome. Everybody who's listening to us, whether you're in chat or not, thank you for being part of our community. Appreciate the thumbs up, you guys. Appreciate the subscriptions. Subscriptions are important to us. They're free. You just click on that button there with your mouse. You're good to go. So thank you for everybody who has already subscribed. And if you're considering doing it, we would appreciate it. And then, of course, thumbs up for these two young men, XYZ and Nick for Tick, are going to look for some trade opportunities on the open. Last question to you guys. What is your favorite number between 00 and 36?
Hmm. For me, it's 21 because it's my birthday.
21. You know what? That's what Craig Shapiro said. Oh man, I'm doubling down on that number.
Because it's my birthday, right? Yep.
Well, but
That's
also I
exactly what
got
he said. No, that's what he said. I heard it.
I, Nick, how about you?
I'm gonna say 7.
10. All
You
right.
always got to do 7, 23, Michael Jordan, 21.
No, it's not how it works. You get one number, XYZ.
I like 3 though.
Well, do you want to change your 21 to a 3?
No, no, definitely not.
All right. Anyway, gentlemen, thanks for being here with us. Appreciate you as usual. I am going to dip in the chat and I'll be taking notes and good luck on any trades you may or may not take.
Thanks,
Thank
Jim.
you, Jim.
There goes chat with the 6-7 again.
Oh, here we go.
It's
I had
as
no idea we had
enigmatic.
such a Gen Z audience. Or is that even Gen Z? Is that Gen Alpha that's doing this?
I don't even know.
I don't even know anymore because I guess it was coming from, I guess, friends that I have a couple friends that are in the
The Cool Kids Club?
education space.
Mm. They've got a seat at the kids' table too.
Jim, we can still hear you in the back. Just making sure Jim doesn't get caught with a hot mic. All right. XY, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, chat.
Good morning. Good morning. Wait, am I the only one still hearing Jim?
I'm still hearing Jim. There we go. Now he's muted. We're good.
They took him off. Grabbed him by the collar, pulled him, yanked him.
Everyone's giving their generation in the chat.
Why did he want a number? Where Jim is headed, there's gonna be a lot of spinny wheels with
Yeah.
red and black numbers on them.
I also heard you're supposed to like yell at the dealer at those places to throw them off on their spin, so they don't get the exact comfort that they can kind of get the ball
I
within a
do
few
the
neighbors.
opposite. I tip them so they can try to help me out. There are a lot of deals. There are some that they get pretty close. It's actually insane to see.
Mm-hmm.
They do their best. 21 is a fib number. Yeah, I wouldn't know. I'll take your word for it.
I was gonna make a joke. No, I'm not. I save my that kind of humor for the afternoon show
Yeah, I was gonna say that's
when things are slow. So, oh man, are we trading gold today? I feel like I
I'm
missed
open
that
to
like
it. Yeah,
90
I mean,
short because I was didn't want to take it because we were coming into news and then it gave me that second chance to potentially trade it.
in
But I don't know.
hindsight, this short opportunity earlier was pretty nice in
Yeah.
the 90s, but honestly, I was just like, oh, I don't know. It's bouncing off again. I don't know if I want to short here, and I just didn't take it. So,
I'm
and
sure
then
it'll
now
give
it's
us
VWAP. So we'll
gold
see.
seems to be providing plenty of opportunities. So
More than NQ from what I'm seeing so far, but I mean, it's not open yet, so
yeah.
we'll see. I wouldn't be upset at a failed upside here, but that's I think it's asking a lot right now, to be honest.
I mean, all we basically did, and I feel like in gold was we left that old balance that we were kind of sitting in and now establishing a new balance range.
Hmm. So yeah, I'm open to playing gold if it seems like it wants to stick in the range. So offers closer to 4,100, bids closer to 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Same old, same old.
Although,
See
I
if it's
mean,
like a broken slot machine,
yep. I mean, it's Thursday, man. It feels like this has been a marathon week. When you start the week off with the Arena Cup, trading all day, grinding it out, I mean, it has been
Your brain just fries.
it's a very long week. I don't think I'm going to trade tomorrow. I say that as if I'm actually going to stick to that, but I don't know. The wife wants me to give the dogs a bath before the weekend because it's supposed to be raining and stuff. So I don't know. Maybe I won't.
Break out up.
Yeah, it's kind of rejecting off this week open again.
Gold's still trying to figure itself out. I think it's just nothing's gonna happen until the open for equities, indices, even with gold.
Dan, yeah, that kept me up most of the night. All of the thunderstorms here in DFW. It was loud. Baby didn't
You guys
wake
got
up
like
though.
really crazy storms out there, huh?
We just get crazy weather. Like that could be a variety of things. And it could, in a given week, we could have all of the elements mixed together.
That's actually fucking scary.
Yeah, literally, we could have snow, ice, wind.
lose. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. Always gonna try.
I don't know what I'm going to trade today.
Yeah, I'm like just trying to figure out. Both both markets is pretty two-sided for me. Can go either direction. Ultimately, I can sit here and try to guess on that, or I can just wait till the open and start to figure things out then. So I think I'll do that.
We are trading at prices not seen since Monday, so
Mm-hmm. You have oil up at all yet?
no, I have not looked at
Waiting
crude.
for that, huh?
Still, crude's been hugging 60, I feel like, for weeks. Yeah, it has. Like we really are just stuck in this very tight range, basically between 61 and 59 for the basically since the middle of October. So maybe crude is not a trade right now. Maybe it's just it'll just be gold. Yeah, I
Yeah, hey,
tried to.
what did I miss with Bitcoin?
Oh, I don't know.
Um,
Bitcoin is slowly dying a death.
yeah, what?
It's back under. It was under 90 yesterday. Hit a low of 88 fives. And I think a bunch of people were talking about buying it like the 87s kind of area. So wondering if
Yeah,
we,
87s was like prior consolidation, I think, right? Something like
yeah, I
that.
wonder if we kind of stop and base here, or if do we just blow right through it and potentially liquidate whatever Sailor's cost average is. I think it's in like the 60s, so he's probably fine.
Yeah, I think gold's actually probably gonna be bid today.
Yeah, it bounced off again, didn't it? Right back
I
to
might keep
80s.
an eye on gold bids for the session.
Yeah, it is continues to bounce off the week view up, 24 hour.
Prior hour indecisive. This one currently still just wicking off of this range on the downside. So I might take that as the market getting close to a decision there. We'll see. We've got plenty of time. We've got 2 hours.
Morning, Larry.
Larry, good to see you. Haven't seen you in chat in a while. Oh, the emote god, Reginald. Good morning. Looks like he wants to buy Bitcoin.
The Bitcoin.
The Bitcoin, right? Not just any Bitcoin. The Bitcoin.
The Bitcoin, the Ether.
Hello from Switzerland. Good morning.
Sailor's average cost is 74,000. Interesting.
How is this public info?
I would imagine so. If you're
That's public
basically
info.
your entire business model at this point is just buying Bitcoin and holding it, might have to disclose some of that purchases.
Wow, we've got people from all over. Hello from cold and snowy Norway, Madrid. What's up, guys?
L Bitcoin. That's funny.
Reginald, I'm reading Reginald's chat message and it sounds like I'm at a jewelry store and they're trying to get me to buy something.
Oh boy, 68% of the chat is bullish going into today.
Well, we are heading into some resistance.
Yeah,
I
this
think
is
it's only resistance because of a lack of interest. I think if the market shows building interest in the 300s,
yeah.
yeah, we're looking at 450s then. I'll try to take it to 450s.
Yeah, this the NQ still got room to the upside. And yes, this is kind of that area you'd want to see
Hmm.
sellers try to defend.
Yeah, and Q just
We
hasn't found willing buyers in that upper range close to 300s, but once they do,
Oh yeah.
and they might now, I mean, how many times have they tested this low and just no one's willing to sell it? Now, if anyone wants to still buy this, which they just demonstrated pre-market, they're going to be forced to buy these higher prices. And I will see if I can buy along with them. Gold is kind of relaying the same info, but not as good, honestly. Keep an eye on NASDAQ. Costa Rica. Shorts can feel the squeeze. Yeah, I mean, I think it looks like there is new demand in the market for the indices here, and we just haven't broken this range because of a lack of demand. I think we're coming off of new demand today, and there's a good chance they'll push us through this. They'll have no choice to, right? If they want to buy it, they're going to have to buy it at these prices because, well, they didn't want to sell below the 25K. If no one's willing to sell there, you're going to have to buy higher. It is what it is. Germany, Morocco. Wow, we're international, Nick.
I know we have traders all over the world, which is
I
awesome
mean,
to
it would
see.
it would be us though, right? We had the record leading viewers,
Oh yeah.
likes.
Yeah.
I think it was
Our
like,
our haters out there in the Twitterverse are ready
oh yeah.
to say that our
You
record
know,
is not real, but we all know the truth, folks.
they're just like hitting up our streams, disliking it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think we had like 350,000 viewers, close to 100,000 likes. The truth is, every time I talk about it, the number will be further inflated. So
Yep.
by next month, we will be looking close to 1 million.
Yeah, but it'll soon be the number one stream on YouTube of all
Yeah, I'm gonna
time.
start.
Yeah, we won't need a drop in from Taylor Swift to pump our numbers up.
We're gonna offer her an opportunity to perform live on stream at no cost to her.
Totally free.
Good morning, Chris.
What's up, Chris?
We've got 8 minutes. 8 minutes.
Yeah, I really have no idea how this is going to open. I could see a little bit of a FOMO bid, maybe some short covering
Yeah,
off
it's
the
it's at a
open.
spot where it's like, it's 50-50,
Yeah.
which kind of makes it a little more spicy, right? Yeah, Rack City knows. 100 points, both of us 100-point triple doubles, and they'll say it's fake.
Imagine the exposure you could offer her on this platform. Yeah, we could basically make her career.
No, one day we'll be like, look, 2,000 likes, and you guys get to see Taylor Swift.
I'd rather see
Jim's gonna
Deli,
be
Pax,
bringing
and
in
Jim
Taylor
perform
Swift.
a trio. That would also probably break the internet.
Still got to get Pax on a roller coaster. Mic'd up too.
Oh, that would be
Got to get him mic'd
such
up.
such good TV.
The whole thing would be a soundbite.
Yes.
We just got to speak it into existence.
Miking up packs for an extended period of time and just day-to-day life would be amazing to watch.
Dude, in Naples, it was so funny when we were outside, and I think Deli finally, he just told Pax, like, this is what we're gonna do at like 250K. And like 5 minutes later, Pax comes over to us. All he sounds so worried. He's like, what's this about me going on a roller coaster?
Oh, there were so many good moments from that weekend.
Good morning, Deli. His Ferragamos would fly off. How about a Monday, Wednesday, Friday segment of XYZ teaching Taylor Swift how to trade?
Well, we're consolidating here at the highs. I love how we're turning this chat into a Swifty forum here
Yeah, I
slowly.
was just thinking, is this how the morning streams go? Like, you kind of just bullshit with the chat for half an hour and wait for the market to open because there's nothing to do really. I mean,
I
you're
mean, I think
either
we've
in a pre-market gold trade or you're just not doing anything, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've pretty much covered. I think everyone knows where we're trading. We're back into Monday's range, thanks to the Lord and Savior of the S&P, Jensen and Nvidia, pushing us up all night. But I there's not much to do until we kind of gauge off the open what the reaction will be. I do love the plethora of 2.5 month old data that we got released this morning.
It's like, oh, by the way, in case we didn't tell
Here's
you guys,
here's some data. It looks like jobs are fine, so economy's great.
should I
But
DM Taylor my
don't
playbook?
don't worry about the October data. Don't look over there.
Yeah, let me go ahead and try to DM Taylor Swift my playbook, see what she thinks.
Well,
Listen to Chris and Merritt flirt. Ah, so that's what Tuesday mornings are like. Well, you get to hear Nick and I flirt today. The economy was amazing around Labor Day, and Nick claims it's not real.
yep. I mean, it's definitely real. Everything's real. I don't know if I've believed any part of the data over the last like 5 years.
Jacob says, did y'all check and make sure Jim liked the stream? I don't want to get hurt again. I don't want to look.
Yeah, never forget.
I'll never forget. I will legit never forget that. Two and a half minutes. Did he feed me yesterday? He actually let me go home. That was cool. We hit 700 something likes or something like that, and I got to go home.
Did I stream yesterday? No, I did not. I don't even know what day it is. Today's Thursday.
I've been on every single day. I'm actually on every single day this week. It's like I've got a full-time job, man.
I mean, you went on vacation, came back, and right back to work.
And they just threw me in. Actually, yeah, I'm 7 days straight. I came back on Wednesday. I was on Thursday, Friday, and then this whole week, 7 days straight.
I mean, we know why. The people want the Versace robe as much as possible.
Well, it's cold as hell here now, so it's gonna stay on
What is cold as hell in California these days?
like anything below 50s. If it's
There you go.
30s, like on the news, you probably see a news anchor. If it's like 35s, there's like slight winds. They're like, oh my goodness, it's crazy out here. And like the leaves are like kind of moving around a little bit. They're talking about how windy it is. Then anything above like 75 is like, ah, it's hot. It's hot out here. We like the consolidation, right? The choppiness consolidation in temps.
Hmm.
No breakouts.
Yeah, that
No
consolidation in
volatility.
California at 72 degrees forever.
Yeah, it's nice. 60s to 70s. Anything beyond that is way too volatile. Extended range. Needs to revert or people will go mad.
Nah, it's Shab. It's not that cold.
Yeah, Jacob, you remember that, huh? It was tough. All right. Well, 20
20 seconds.
seconds.
Let's see what happens here. I
I
may be
don't really
trading
foresee
ES.
myself taking anything within like the first 5 to 10 for sure. It's still just stuck in the same spot where they need to figure it out. We've got 90 minutes left, so it's plenty of time to try not to die.
Let's do this.
Gold wants to go straight to hell. That's cool. Okay.
Yes, it does.
And Q is like, wait, where are you going? I want to go too. And Q's toxic. Nobody talked to her. When did I say that? I don't remember that.
I don't remember that one either. I have a feeling it was
AI.
when you started trading gold, though.
It has to be. When I found greener grass.
So a nice little puke here off the open in NQ.
Weekly open. Where is ES's weekly open? Do you have that?
It's right here at like 65
Okay,
half-ish.
so
64.
both. All right.
64 and a half, excuse me. I do love that we got a quick little sell on ES and it immediately printed an exhaustion. So good sign from sellers to start.
And story, it's a tale as old as time, huh?
Yep.
Let's see. It's a lot of talking today. FOMC, FOMC,
Yeah,
FOMC.
we got a good gaggle of Fed speakers today in the afternoon. Oh, and the morning. Okay.
Okay, so they've definitely still have to figure out their feelings here on NQ. It is a key spot for me, so I want to see what decision they make first. Gold is still knife fighting in the range. A lot of sell here
That's a
around
good
VWAP
push.
and gold. So what comes of this will be useful information, that's for sure. But what can you do but wait?
I mean, Nvidia basically about to start losing most of that consolidation from the move up last night, sitting at 193. Interesting.
We do have some skipped volume on NQ on the upside. We got what? 46s, 44s. Be interesting if they left that. I don't think they will. Cool candle. It's funny because ES's candle is like the opposite almost.
Wait, did ES really go down to 60? Wow, it did. Gold still chopping around.
The clip is from, oh, no wonder it sounds a little muffled. I was wearing that mask, the T mask. The clip is from right before Halloween, guys.
Interesting.
That's why I don't remember because I wasn't myself. I was T.
This is true.
Full character.
I mean, that was the real T, I thought.
Did I ruin it for you?
Yeah.
It's like when you found out about Santa Claus.
Yep. I'm just waiting for the T Trades reveal where he takes off a T Trades mask and it's just a painted on T Trades
It's
mask, like the Sting meme. Like that's what I foresee. Like that's how I would do the reveal.
I'd be taking notes right now if I were him. I'd be like, yeah, that's the thing. Make the people pay you for a face reveal, and then they're gonna have to pay again the double or nothing face reveal.
Yep, the paywall behind the paywall.
So Chad, this is not the kind of thing I like to interact with, so I'm just gonna let them figure this out.
They're all in their feelings right now.
Yeah, they're gonna have to figure that out. There's no edge for me right now.
All right. 5 minute OR is established. Now buyer's trying to push.
Do I adjust my stops in different markets, volatility, or keep rocking the same 14-point stops? I have different stops all the time. I don't. When did I have 14-point stops? Was that like yesterday?
Yeah, I was gonna say sometimes he's running like a 6 point stop. It just depends.
It was so slow. Yeah, I was putting on like 8 to 10 lots a couple months ago and like 6, 7 point stops because the market just wasn't moving at all. So you can afford it. But now, if I put on that kind of size now, I will die. I will actually die live on stream. What's the red zone? Right here. Right here. Lack of interest. Time and time and time again from here. Um, One time they tried it through and they proved that upside in this range, there actually is still no interest. So they paid the price for it. And coming back, I'm waiting to see, hey, look, is there enough demand now with the Nvidia news and all that stuff to actually find interest finally and then make our way back into like the mid 400s, the 460s? Or is there still not enough? They're going to lose this volume probably if that's the case, and we'll take this on the way down. So open the longs, open shorts. Shab. Oh, Shab caught the huh? 6, 7 stops. Yeah. Still don't know what that is. But yeah, that's the red zone for anyone curious. Super simple.
Pretty
Dangerous job.
lackluster open so far. There we go.
Gold is doing the thing, doing the buying thing. Yeah, this market's not giving me anything. So I would like to see them poke into the 250s because there are gaps in the profile above 44s, and I don't appreciate that. All right, so chat has given me additional information on the 6, 7 thing, and every time I hear something new about it, it just gets weirder.
What are
Someone's
they
asking for
saying?
promo codes. So anyone in a position? Don't imagine you'd be in it for very long if you are, but curious to know.
I'm just watching gold. No, it's just consolidating.
Yeah, both of them are just,
Everything is.
yeah. My 1 minute Heikinashi's here are just like a barcode. Wick Graveyard. Waiting for 10 a.m. EST. Yep, news at 10. I mean, it's orange.
Where we got? Oh, existing home sales.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, there's I cannot recommend anything right now. Under 100-point range still. Very cool. $10-point gold short at the open. That's a nice one. They're trying to lift it.
Yes, they are.
No, this offer just keeps reloading in. It's actually a knife fight, like for real. It's an actual knife fight.
Except the knives are sporks.
Yeah.
Because no one's really pushing that hard either direction.
Yeah. Under 100-point range.
It's a spork fight. We're gonna call it
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it's a spork fight. That's a good one. Yep, yep, yep.
Love to see NQ potentially test the week open again down towards 140s.
Yeah, you guys like that chat. Spork fight. Yeah, when you're doing all this and it's still like under 100-point range, they're sporks. Yeah.
I'm glad you guys like that. It's proprietary.
Don't bring a
Trademarked now.
straw to a spork fight.
Nothing like being short ES and a spork fight.
There we go. Let's see what
ES
they
back to
do.
the week open.
They're probably just gonna
There we
go back up.
go.
Ooh. It's a big dump there. No continuation right now.
But here's the week open on NQ and ES.
Yeah. Huge dump just happened. And if they're not gonna get continuation, we're just gonna get stuck again. There's a reloaded bid. Yep, yep, yep. Yep.
What was that? 60.
Hope nobody fell for that. Huge, huge sell dump. And they just ran into a brick wall. No, not today. It's not even a brick wall. It's just a normal wall. Cardboard wall. Edge alert. The Bitcoin futures trading below value area low.
Well, sellers gave it the old college try there. Now they're probably going to get run.
Finally. This squiggly yellow line right here, guys. It's a good one. It's a good one. See it over here too, on gold. Very good. You think I could make a killing if I like pivoted and I just made like a signal service, but I won't tell anyone it's actually just VWAP, and
You're long above it, short below it.
I would just literally like wait till price hits VWAP somewhere and put the signal on.
I
That
mean,
might be the best business model yet.
I think there's a lot of stupid things people pay money for in the space, so probably. What's my time frame for the week open? Yeah, the opening print for the Globex Open at 6 Eastern on Sunday. Still just a choppy mess.
Hey, don't get any chat got a kick out of that. Don't get any ideas, all right? That's my idea. This
Like, I don't
is
want to short this, but buyers aren't doing a whole lot.
very compelling, this action. Gold looks like it's just like, well, I'm gonna take off. Very cool. Very cool 15-minute candle that just closed.
No, how they're gonna dump it? Really? What are we doing? What is this? No, I have no edge, guys. We're just like whipsawing back like 7 points in ES. I mean, the RTH profile so far on NQ is like a perfect D shape. Reminds me of the wedge that was forming like all afternoon yesterday.
Yep, apple butter's got it right. Let it figure itself out. What's the hurry?
Yep.
Gold is yeah. Yep, yep.
Gold in its feelings again.
Let's see if it can push past. I think we'll be trading gold, man. Pretty decent hold. NQ's the tape is actually turning for NQ. More bid than sell for once. Maybe this will be the start where they can start to blow through the 300s. Just need to see a build. I want to see a build that can show me that there is interest now in a range where there was none. And that would be a build in this range. So 300s, 250s, 260s to 300s can confirm a lot of things.
There it goes.
We'll wait and see. I'm not trying to get trapped, that's for sure. Yes, actually, wow, this thing went big, huh?
Mm-hmm.
There's insane positive delta being put in right now, so they better get what they want, or nobody gets what they want, and we're stuck. Market just wants to trap everybody. There's just not enough participation, man.
I mean, that move up yesterday and then the liquidation was pretty disgusting.
Arvol is above 100.
It is.
Man, we need to
I
see
mean,
some participation.
NQ does not look good there. Coming up, just piercing above the overnight high and rejecting again.
Yeah, it's where they need to be putting in volume, they're still putting in none. So it's not bullish, it's not bearish, just have no
Bouncing.
idea. And gold is doing the thing. Yep.
There it goes. Gold heading to overnight high.
Gold is doing the thing. See if they can hold the 90s in gold, and I might look for a bid. Or else it's a failed move and the offer is gonna be nasty. Yeah, so my thinking in gold is now that they're getting continuation in this low volume spot, if they pull back and retest this volume here and they can hold it, it would show me that they are now looking to go towards this 120s. And then they're going to make the next decision. Are we going to go above this or it's going to fail again and go back? Just decision by decision. NQ still nothing. Not enough participation in Q. And doing it without us. Yup. Yup, yup. I mean, honestly, gold did give some opportunities. I just wasn't paying attention. This isn't too bad here. Higher low holds with the stab. Minimized risk. Big upside. In hindsight, yes. I noted earlier pre-market too that as they're poking into this prior candles range and they're just wicking off of it, this is setting up for a decision, and the decision is likely going to be up and through. We got that, and that range that they're wicking off of is this range. So yeah, these were pretty good because you can just risk a tiny bit for a big move too. So we definitely missed that. Life goes on. It's quite a build in gold here. A lot of offer coming in. They'll probably pull back, and I'm gonna see where they're gonna hold this. If they hold it. Oh, my bad. You guys couldn't see all that stuff. 8 ticks on the delta profile on gold for me. My bad, chat. My bad.
Man, this is just a choppy mess.
Dude, yeah, I mean, we are working with a gap. I really think the easier trade is the upside, but they're just not doing as good of a job as we thought they could, honestly. It really isn't like there's crazy supply. In my view, it's not like there's crazy supply
Mm,
up here. It's just that there is selling pressure, but it's aggressive selling. It's not passive. And when they get to a spot where they can lift through, there's just not enough participation on buy side to lift it through.
right.
I think when the selling finally, if and when it finally shuts off, though, this thing actually can fly. Just got to get them out of the way. They're still trying. Hopefully it's fuel.
Some shenanigans going on here on yes.
The food bank trade, that's VWAP. Both gold and NQ just VWAP buy, VWAP buy. But Conditions, I don't like it. I don't like these conditions here, especially off the open. Like it's just doing nothing or just making no choices, really. I don't like to engage with that kind of stuff. How do I know that? How do I know what? I actually know very little. You guys will come to find that. Everything is speculation. Long gold 4 a.m. Yeah, that's a good. So you're long at what, the 40s down here in this green box paying. The move cannot have enough participation. Well, you can just see the volume. They're not building volume, right? They're getting to where they have a chance to build volume and show the interest, and they're just not showing it. There's no willingness to buy in that range just yet. So I'm just waiting for that to show up. But to be fair, there is still a lot of market selling that they're trying to hold against. So that's why I was saying as soon as the market selling can kind of like chill out, it's probably gonna rip because, well, I think that's what's holding us in the range. It's there's some market selling going on.
I think NQ is going to pop this high. Yep, there it goes.
Whoa, gold.
Gold, yeah, just dumped off that 100 spot
I think
again.
I want to look for longs and gold. So NQ, it's gonna be hard to get on. Might be looking to see if gold can hold a prior range here, this old volume. It's an interesting upside. I'm gonna put one gold. I'm gonna start trying to see if I can scale into gold slowly. Keeping an eye on gold here. Okay, well, I think I caught gold at the perfect time because it's not letting me get any more ads. Scaled in one, added one higher. We'll see. Huge selling in the 95s gold. Keeping an eye on this. I'm gonna scratch out the gold and see how far they can poke this and re-engage. So I'm watching 94s, 95 specifically in gold. A lot of selling. I want to see what comes of it. Looks like NQ ran to a wall.
Yep.
Okay, so they definitely tried to buy those 280s. I can see it now. There's some stuck buying 86s up to the 90s. That's not good. Super trappy market today, NQ.
I know. What a mess. Oh,
Still watching gold. I think I'm probably going to be able to take a gold trade before an NQ trade. NQ looks really dicey, honestly. The tape is really tricky. I'm not sure what to make of it.
Rejected again off that spot in NQ.
Gold back to the open. Let's see what's developing here. Possible failed upside move. I don't think so, though. I think they still keeping an eye on gold. And Q pushing. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, gonna see if this open can hold on gold here. Not gonna give this gold trade too much room. See if they can hold this. If NQ falls down far enough, I'm definitely gonna try to bid. This is not the high,
Order filled.
unless they clear it now. 250s, 240s NQ, I'll buy it. Unless they clear the high, then change of plans. We'll see. Gold is working out here. Not too bad for gold. I'm gonna go ahead and start locking in some TPs on gold. NQ is gonna clear that, I think.
I jumped into a scalp short here on ES.
Yes,
Yep.
gold's still trying to figure out if it wants to pay me.
Need to push this back inside the 80s.
NQ's coming down. I do like the longs, but I want it lower.
Yeah, I still think that the trade is probably to the upside, but I'm trying to see if we're going to get a rotation back towards the overnight high here.
Gold's falling under. I mean, NQ is. I really want lower though, closer to the 250s. I think they're gonna go without me though. Yeah. Yep. At least gold's paying me though. Damn, guys, we almost had a double, NQ and gold. But gold just needed to go back like 10 more points for me. They still might. Still willing to, as long as they don't clear this high, I'm willing to bid NQ in the right spot. I think I just TP'd one on gold. Yep. All right, I'm gonna break even the gold stop now. And just set limit orders and let the market figure the rest out. So got paid on gold. We'll leave that alone. Let's see if NQ gives me some. Still not clearing that high. I think it's a good opportunity. I'm wary about this 96s on gold, but I think I'll hold it. Looking at NQ. Quite a move. I'm not buying this NQ yet. No way. Too many imbalanced prints in the 30s. I want those traded. There it
All right.
is.
We're getting the rollover that I was looking for. Actually
You still short?
Yeah, I'm still short with just the one lot.
I'm gonna try NQ longs.
Let's see if we just rotate, excuse me, rotate back into the opening range here.
Yeah, I'm scaling it super slow. I'm in one lot right now. Gonna give it room to add. So they found a bid. We just don't know if it'll hold yet. But if it does, I will start to put more on. Being patient here.
Whoa.
Taking that off.
Okay, who is this 74 guy? All right, I got filled. So solid trade to start the day.
I still like the longs and I think gold's about to go break even on me for the rest of my position. So got to pay a little bit on gold. Something. Still like the longs. NQES.
Yeah, I don't know who that 74 guy is that just puked. What was that? Like 2,000 lots right here, but that was kind of where I was trying to cover anyway. So just let things settle now. See if we keep
What a
rotating a little
short,
bit
man.
lower. Huh?
So what a short.
Yeah, it might keep going, but that guy made me nervous that he just came in with 2,000 lots right there.
I'm legging into NQ longs slowly.
Yeah, I still think this trade may be up. Still kind of watching, Nvidia's still trading below that overnight range or that after hours range, excuse me.
Trying to
That
lift
is an
this.
ugly 5-minute candle on NQ there.
Yeah. See if NQ can pay me.
Damn, still going.
Yeah, it's still going. It's about to take my stop.
Seemed like they were buying on the whole way down there too.
Yeah, there's a lot of buying, me
Yeah.
included. I'm on the tape too.
Everyone was trying to buy that
Yeah,
little
I think
dip.
it's still good,
Yeah,
honestly.
we're at the OR mid and above the overnight VWAP. I mean, this is still looks
They
like a
just
buy
chewed
right here
200
perfectly.
lots.
Yep.
So 200 lots just popped up on offer. Got filled twice, 100 lots apiece. So they are buying. They are not getting what they want right now, though. So I am anticipating just getting out of this while I can.
Mm,
Let's see. Still just watching this tape. So apologies, chat. So the 03s, the 203s on Q, very crucial here for me.
why did I close a short? Several reasons. One, there was it's a counter trend trade. Like we've been building and buying, moving higher the whole morning. And we were rotating back inside the opening range. That big bid came in with like 2,000 lots on ES. Made me just a little hesitant to want to keep holding, but that was my target, was just to see if we rotated back inside of the opening range to give me potentially another trade. I'm not someone that loves fading like highs there on this type of move because you usually get run over on a session like yesterday. But you saw people stepping in to try to push that back down. So just was trying to get a single scalp. If I was still holding more, like if I was in with more than one, which I don't love doing necessarily in a counter trend trade, I probably would still be in a runner. But for the moment, it still looks like it might be the right decision just to exit because we are still holding inside of that OR mid.
All right, I'm in for 5.
See?
As this works, I'm going to tighten the risk. Should
Also,
not poke any lower. So
sometimes you don't want to fade your friends, especially when your friend is XY. Like
I do.
he's
I
reading,
like it. I like
he's
doing it all the
entering,
time.
he's entering as I'm covering. That's usually potentially a good way to just be like, I'm gonna take a little off at the very least. We're sometimes wrong. We sometimes fade each other, but sometimes if he's also was watching NQ as I was watching ES, and he saw something that made him want to go in as I was covering my trade. So usually we're probably seeing similar things, just in the reverse
I'm gonna take these
position
off.
of it.
I'm taking them off for like 6-point loss. Try to reposition myself if anything. Don't want to hold on to that right now. I'm back in. Oh, all right. Maybe this is the one that works. Still a finger on the flatten button. If it doesn't pull through, I will flatten it again.
What indicator or tool do you use in futures to read the tape? Time in sales, a delta profile. What else would you say, XY?
Hmm. To read the tape, it's got to be delta profile like what you guys see here now. And if you guys have a time and sales up, you guys can't see the DOM, but we definitely use those. That's like my ultimate. That's what I'm staring at all the time. If I'm not looking at chat, it's because I'm staring at the DOM, which is what I'm doing now. Trying to find where the market starts to stall, where it finds aggression, where that aggression leads to, where it fizzles out. So I'm always just it's like second by second info. I'm trying to keep up with it, trying to use it for risk, use it for uh I don't want to say vibes, but it's vibes, right?
I feel like the amount of times we have to say you're basically just trading off vibes
Yeah,
because you're reading what's happening in the auction like in real time, which is pretty much
literally.
just vibes. And sometimes
Still
there's a lot of
really,
noise in those vibes.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Bit of a
Still
thin
heavy
tape
tape.
today. Yeah, a little bit. Definitely felt like that in ES. I mean, yeah, it's like 30s and 20s and 30s up and down the chain. Some 50s, but it's definitely a thinner book so far. And it may continue like that too. We'll see what tomorrow brings, but next week I expect it to be stupid and thin and slow.
Just
You going
offer
anywhere
that
Thanksgiving, or
reloads up here is
you
crazy.
hanging here or hanging in California?
What's up?
Are you going anywhere for Thanksgiving, or are you just hanging in
Nah,
SoCal?
Kelly. All my friends and family are here, so don't have to go anywhere, thankfully.
Can I zoom in on the delta and explain what I was seeing? So sure. So an example here, like we were talking about, like why XY was kind of getting long around um, that spot in NQ, but in ES around this 5 minute mid here, you're seeing a decent amount of absorption kind of in this area. Like obviously I covered here at the overnight high with the large order that came in there. Um, but we were seeing buyers continue to absorb the selling that was sitting right around this like 67, 68 spot. So if I wasn't out before, I probably would have been out there.
Man, I was so glad I scratched that out right there.
Yeah, that was a nice little puke there at NQ. But for the
I still
moment,
like a sweep. It's not a sweep anymore. Wow, I got lucky with that scratch.
It's the week open. Where can I learn vibe trading? Well, one place would be paintingthetape.net, as we have released, at least I have released part 1 of my playbook. XY has released his entire playbook. Leo's is on there.
Free.
It's all free. Just go check it out. Worth at least a couple hours of your time to potentially read through the different playbooks, maybe even this weekend, just to understand how we kind of read the tape, how we execute trades, what we kind of do in the pre-market to prepare ourselves. But just plenty of good nuggets there. Nothing's revolutionary. Like, I don't think anything we do is
Hey, that's offensive.
mythical, but there's a lot of good information in there that at least could help you understand kind of how we do this or what we are looking at in real time. And I will be releasing chapter 2, hopefully before the end of the year.
Every time I scratch out, they start to hold it
I know.
again.
It's like they just jump back
Every
in.
time they just want me to get out first. I just gotta stick to a stop, honestly. Still like longs.
What is the website link? It's just paintingthetape.net. And we'll see if they want to link it in the chat, but that's it. That's the website. It's also linked on, I think, my Twitter and X's too.
He's a huge buyer, 65 ES. See what we can get with this.
Did I paper hand my short? It's too early to see.
Yeah, I'm trying not to paper hand the longs right now. There's still so much bid.
Oh, nothing was worse than me scratching out of a 5, I think it was 585 long yesterday afternoon, and we ripped to like 9 whatever.
What, you say you scratched out of it?
Yeah, I scratched because it looked like we were gonna like puke and go chase down that previous low. And of course, I for some reason I will do that. Like, I will take a violent stop out trying to short this market, but for some reason I will scratch decent entries long because I'm worried about like a violent move to the downside, which almost never happens.
And if it does happen, it's gonna pop back like almost instantly.
Well, when it happens, it's usually like it's already knifing and you're trying to knife catch like further versus like us consolidating around a low of the session. And it's like, it probably is safe.
Will they finally give me a take profit? So we're making a pretty decent move, but I am still finger on the flatten button, not taking any profits until we breach a swing. But I'm not really willing to let this come back too far. So the bid's finally playing out. I'll take one off. Take 2. I'm down to 4. I'll probably break even this now.
Yeah, that was a decent long there on ES's week open again.
Dude, I have not even looked at chat for so long because I'm like locked in on the Dom.
Yeah, you're good. I'm helping. How many times do you need to be told where the playbook can be found? Mikey, I know we get new people. There's always some new traders hanging out in the chat, discovering this stream here in the mornings and in the afternoons. So I don't mind. Trust
All
me.
right, guys.
Did you
Let me
cover?
cover these 2 and we can look at chat again.
Yeah, it's always that part of the reason we put this out for free too. Well, there's 2 reasons. One, XY and I are very lazy people and don't want to charge for and set up any sort of
one
paywall.
of these days, I'm gonna find something to charge you guys for. One of these days, mark my words.
I just don't care enough to do it, to be honest. And then also, it's just fun to see this channel continue to grow, and we get new traders all the time. And I don't mind helping people. It's always a good part of doing this. I had people that were very willing to give out information for no cost, and just offer their time to continue to help me learn in this journey, and I'm paying it forward that way.
You think NQ hates me?
I think it hates everybody, which is why it's continuing to chop in a call it a 80 point range.
There's a lot of imbalances on this move up. I should have covered more. I'm looking at it now. It goes all the way down to like the 195s. I don't want it to see it pull back there, but wouldn't be surprised if it does. And I might get some more on if it does. We will see.
So the chat thinks you should launch your own indicator. That's basically just VWAP, but you rename it something else.
XWAP.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not just VWAP, it's XWAP.
But you go like it's VWAP with like standard deviation bands, but it's like standard deviation bands with like fib numbers. So it's like the 0.612 deviation.
I think I know. All right, the 5 minute is a really bullish candle. I should be good. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna show you guys something right now that, hey, do not try this at home.
Don't try this at home.
Trust me.
What is he about to do, folks? Oh no. What could possibly go wrong when you have to say something? Did you just you're drawing proprietary
Bro, do not trust me,
indicators.
guys. Do not try this at home.
To the basically that symbol is sitting at the old proprietary gray box up there too.
Check this out. Yep. Now we're good. I'll teach you guys this at some point. Just now's not the time.
Yes. The S just shows that you are kind of that middle to old millennial right there. That middle-aged to the end to the oldest millennials. You're in that back nine category of
We're
millennial.
unks, dude.
If you don't know what that is, you clearly didn't go to college, not college, excuse me, go to high school in the early 2000s.
This is some of my finest work. This little indicator that I'm showing you guys right now. Watch it, just watch it work. I'm not even sweating. I don't need to look at the tape. I'm just gonna drink this espresso and
Oh yeah.
it's really nothing. It's
I didn't
nothing.
even finish my caffeine this morning.
It's nothing.
I forgot to have caffeine yesterday and I had a massive migraine towards the end of the day. And my wife's like, "Well, why don't you just like go cold turkey?" And I'm like, "Because it's going to be the most miserable weekend ever if I continue this for the next like 3-4 days."
I actually never get that. Yeah. A lot of people
I've tried.
you get like a headache, right? If you don't get caffeine. My wife, if she doesn't have it within like an hour of waking up, it's gonna be a headache.
Me,
But
it's always like the next day if I don't have it.
it's like, wait, so if you don't drink it
It needs to
today,
be like full withdrawal, like 24 hours out of my system, like zero caffeine, is when that like you start to feel it kind of behind your eyes.
oh, sounds like a migraine.
But I have been a caffeine. I don't even really drink coffee anymore outside of espresso, but I've been a caffeine enjoyer probably since I graduated college. So at least like 100 milligrams of caffeine probably per day. Just something
Well,
to
I'll
get the
tell you
juices
what.
flowing.
This might be the greatest. I'm telling you guys, I'm not even worried. We already got 2/3 of the size off, and it's because of this right here.
Hola
But
a
hey, look,
todos,
like I
como
said,
pueden ver,
don't
soy la
try it at
señorita
home.
Rachel.
Such a mess of a session. But he is holding that weak open still, so no reason to be short outside of the
Scooping at
scalp.
this overnight high. Not asking for too much. I just want a new high a day. It's not too much, right?
To the
chilling.
G line, not the G line, sorry, to the B range.
Just a new high a day.
A new high
Take
would be
my
encouraging.
money.
Yep.
Thank you, Ghost of Stowe.
We've got the Ghost of Stowe, we've got the Ghost of Kane. I mean, they've got all of us. They have
Everyone
all of
becomes a
us.
ghost here on the network.
I
They
still
invite
think
you on, don't come.
Yeah. Like they just They welcome you in with open arms into this family. Little do you know, there's a cynical thing behind the scenes where they just are recording potentially anything you say
Yeah.
to be played back.
Yeah, and Jim just finds out what you like and like, check it out. It's in my basement. We should come look. And then you can never leave his basement. Not until you get like 1,000 likes.
No one's working harder behind the scenes outside of Kevin and Austin to just create additional audio content to make us all laugh.
Malicious soundbite clipping, yeah. Very malicious.
They're not even going to give you overnight high.
I
Those
know, it's
dirty sellers are just front running it.
this can't be legal, right?
I mean, red days were only legal for like 5 sessions, and now they're back to being illegal again.
You know why I'm not worried? It's at the top of my chart.
Yep.
Literally not worried. We're getting the new high. Gold just ended up getting a bid too. So, interesting.
Still sitting around that 90 spot. Seems
All right,
like
well,
it's
I hope I didn't miss
consolidating.
anything in chat because I was like locked in on the dom.
Yeah, it is amazing that we are sometimes profitable on this show between trying to read the DOM and trying to
Trying to
pay
engage.
attention to chat. Because people were talking about it on like Monday, or I think Jim was even mentioning it. It's just like, because like when I'm locked in, like you can really tell when I'm actually reading like time and sales and paying attention very in depth. And I think I was doing that for several instruments on Monday
Oh
for the
yeah.
cup.
You
Like
start
you
to get
could see
cross-eyed?
it. Yeah, you're just like
Cross-eyed
really
on stream?
looking. And I'm not talking and I'm not making jokes. You usually can tell that I'm either having a position move violently against me or I am locked in.
Did you long on 24 VF or low day rebounds? Um, we didn't make a new low of day, but it's kind of the same. I was legging into the long, scratching out a few times, and every time I scratched it, they would just hold it there, and I'm like, wait, I should get back in. And then I get back in, it goes up a little bit, scratch it out, comes back against me like 5, 6 points, scratch it out. It's just, yeah, it was a whole thing. Luckily, I didn't hold anything to a stop, so saved a lot of money not actually going to a
I
stop. But
saw you looking
they
at
didn't make it
me
easy. I
from
mean,
across the patio. Don't be shy, come say hello. I saw you looking at me from across the
honestly, I might have to take one off now. I mean, I literally am blowing up the deal over 3 points at this point. Yeah, at the high of this.
I've seen you blow things up over less amount of
$5.
money. I
All
mean,
right, I cut him a deal. I cut him a deal. I cut him a deal.
I did blow up a trade yesterday over like $1,000. I let it like a $5,000 trade that I was to take profit for like six.
Oh
Come
man.
come all the way back to like 1,000, and I was like, did I really just lose 4 grand over being stubborn? Yes, I did. That kind of day yesterday.
Who does it better than us, huh? We suck at holding, and then when we
I-
do hold,
But then when I try to hold, things like that happen, and I'm like,
yep,
why didn't I just take it off for
we suck
you
at
know,
holding, and
20
when we
points?
finally try it, it blows up in our face. It's crazy. I just want to get down to one lot at least, so I can just chill out for a second.
And then I do hold trades, and then I get frustrated and like hate close them, like I did in the afternoon the other day when I was short off the what was the high of the day in ES, and then we ended up rolling over like another 50 points plus shortly thereafter I covered.
A
I mean, it
tale
was
as
still a
old
good
as
trade.
time.
I covered it for like 15 points in ES on a 5 lot, so that's a decent amount of points, and I was happy. But I was so frustrated in that consolidation that it was sitting in with sellers just not pushing.
Well, for anyone that's been on with Nick and I long enough, you do know that all the good things happen after we close.
Mm-hmm. Yep. For example, yesterday, I mean, I wasn't on stream. I was in a dark room trading by myself, But like I said, that like 24,580s long that I scratch for basically break even, then runs 200, 300 points like 30 minutes later. So there
Yeah,
is something
yesterday
to it.
was like
Yesterday
super
was kind of
rotational.
wacky. Even
Yeah.
the consolidation in NQ at that point was like 80-point rotations back and forth that you could have been scalping like a maniac.
Hmm. Well, this trade here paid heavy, so I'm glad about that. They made me work, dude. I worked for this.
Mm-hmm. Where's your finals, a new high?
Just a new high. I seeing how that high was made, it was really like top heavy. There's no taper at the high. Super huge volume that to me was they didn't find that resolution up there. They just got really stuffed. The market generally tends to find some sort of resolution via exhaustion or a taper, but it was still pretty heavy up there on NQ. So that was kind of why I was like, if they pull this back enough, I'm gonna be looking for longs to target the highs. Obviously, I paid myself already 5 out of the 6 lots, but I have to do it. There's no way I'm holding even half the size this long because I had some P&L to make up too from the scratches and then I think I took like a 9 point stop at some point or something like that. So yeah, I had some work to do for sure. I grinded my ass off. Damn.
There's like 4 clips of you talking about your ass for some reason. So cue the other one.
My ass is clenched, I'm telling you guys. Hey, you know what that it was though? It was for those longs. That's why I scratched out so many times, man. It was scary. It was dicey for a second. Quantity 11 lot? No, I'm on one. This is one lot. Dude, if I was in 11 lots, yeah. That's that
11,
soundbite.
11 lots in NQ. Oh
Hola,
my.
soy la señorita
That would be
Rachel.
that soundbite. I think I'm gonna lock in 50 points at least to get that if it comes back. A little over 50 or a new high.
Oh, we just said IB and like nobody cared apparently.
Yeah.
That was like the first hour came and went and like nothing happened.
See what gold's doing.
This
Gold's
is a
still up in.
classic B period inside A period. So joy to us for the rest of this session.
If this hourly bar actually gets continuation, this thing can really run all day to 450s. I just don't want to sit around for it.
Hola a todos.
Yeah,
Because I'm tired after that long. I'm tired.
I don't know if I'm gonna sit here all day.
Hola a todos.
Not as
Como
we
pueden
are
ver, soy la señorita Rachel.
in our
Espero que lo
feelings, trying to
pasemos
figure out what
muy
we're gonna
bien
do
este
next.
semestre.
All right, well, Savannah's definitely got the playbook nailed down. I'm telling you guys, it's easy. What I do is simple. It's those two things. Well, now I can interact with chat. So, oh, they're coming back. Why would they do this, Nick?
Well, because they hate us. And because there is no initiative from buyers today.
I know.
Like
They're
compared
gonna
for
wait until I'm out of the trade and then clear a new high at some point.
this is another one of those situations where just I hate big moves in the overnight like this, where Asia and London get to have all the fun, and then we do this. In fact, I said this to buddies that I know that trade in the UK. I was like, watch your countrymen have all the fun and just continue to FOMO bid this up all night, and then we chop all during RTH. Like that. I've seen this movie before.
Yeah, that was my first thought too. I was like, Globex ate all the range. There's nothing left for us. And then the open happened, and then it just did nothing for a while. And we're still in that range now. Now we're just the market's like, hey, do we go back in that range? And I'm like, please don't.
GC, ooh, GC had another nice move off those mid 90s.
They ran into a brick wall, dude.
Yeah. Someone passively selling up there again.
Yep, there's a brick wall here. But you know what? Just up ahead is the almighty dollar sign, the S.
I don't think buyers want that smoke of that S up there.
They don't?
No, doesn't look like it.
I
They seem
believe.
too soft.
I believe. It's the ultimate liquidity indicator. S for sell. No, 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 no. Maybe, but no. What happens at the S? I get to unclench. Is ICT with his algos? Yeah, he hates this secret trick. It's the counter to everything. The S.
Yeah, the market makers hate this one simple trick. Well, that and apparently, well, the algorithm also hates volume profile, apparently.
Dude, I can't believe I had to put a disclaimer
I
on
I
my
had
shit
to,
post.
I mean, I had to do the same thing of
It
being like,
ruins the vibe.
people don't understand jokes or just, or
I
I guess
was
they're
like,
not as tuned in.
yeah, I was like, dude, this is a banger. And then I'm just getting like some guy's calling me the biggest idiot he's ever seen. I was like, all right, everybody chill, everybody chill. Even though you might be right, it's not for this reason.
Hmm.
And I need you to know it.
It's almost like volume traded at specific price points is just irrelevant. So doesn't matter.
I'm tempted to just close this thing for 100.
I think it's gonna pop. They're gonna do it.
It's gonna go. I just don't know if I want to sit around for it.
It seems like a
It's
situation where
painful.
we're probably gonna pop the IB high, make a run to those like 330s, and then we could definitely reoffer and fall back into range there.
That
Wouldn't
would be the
shock me.
worst. That would actually be the worst.
Would not shock me
You
at
would
all.
never leave the range.
But it's like they could just run all the shorts up here and then okay, job's done.
Hmm. Are we there yet? Yes is trying to do it. Yes has found a pretty good bid too.
It
Hey,
did. There's ES going.
dollar sign. Hey, see, look
There
at
we
this.
go.
Yeah. What did I get on that last lot anyway? Did you guys see
The
the
P&L.
P&L
I
on
did
that
not.
last lot?
I mean, you were long from like the week opening?
170s, I think. And then yeah, I think
Oh,
my
170.
latest entries were 170s. My last one was like 181, maybe 183. So that one a little over 100 points, 120-ish. 120 points? Hell yeah. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, not bad. Nice little 2 grand runner there.
Well, CEO 10K day. Guys, that was painful, man. It really was. They made me work for it. I actually didn't enjoy that at all. And I'm glad we got to suffer together. I think I'm gonna leave the dollar sign up for the rest of the stream. So in case it offers from here, then I can start to say, look, see, the dollar sign, it knows. It knows.
You can now buy several more pairs of Viore pants.
Yeah, I need a code.
Yeah, I need a whatever it is, the partner code with them or
Yeah, the
an
affiliate
influencer
affiliate.
code. I need to be a paid affiliate or something. I will gladly
I tagged them
shill.
yesterday. They haven't responded.
What was funny is like I am for Lulu, but Lulu's gone to crap. So I don't even buy new stuff
Oh, you have a
anymore.
code for Lulu?
Well, yeah, because for a long time, dude, I was doing Ironmans and yoga and all this stuff, so I was actually
Oh.
involved in their sweat collective program.
I remember the first time I tried them, I was like, wow, these are great. And then I tried aloe. Is it aloe, aloe, whatever?
Hmm.
And I was like, forget Lulu. I'm on to this now. But honestly, it's so expensive.
Yeah, it
And then I,
is.
I went to a Viore, like this like clearance warehouse sale where they offload stuff. And I was like, this is it.
Yeah, see, Omni knows. They went, yeah, they started just so some of the original things that I have of theirs, like I got in college, like when I was really like involved in buying stuff like at steep discounts. Like some of the pairs of shorts and stuff that I have of that from that time period, like it still holds up great. And you think about what's a couple or not a couple decades, but over a decade plus of washes and use, and like they're still in
Mhm.
great shape. And then the new stuff falls apart.
Yeah, I noticed that too. That's when I tried aloe. Mhm.
Got an edge alert. I cannot read that. Oh, the Rusty is reaching session highs. Is that even allowed?
No, I think it's a typo.
Like, is the Rusty allowed to be up 2.5%?
It's got to be a typo. They
Pretty
typed
sure
high instead of low.
it's not okay.
It said I saw the S tag on the underpass in LA. Eh, yeah, yeah, tag them.
And also, while you guys are tagging them, please make sure to hit like and subscribe. We can't let Leo come in and take care of or take credit for any and
Mm-hmm.
all likes that XY and I have been gathering. There's over 1,000 people in here, and we only have 367 likes.
Yeah, I don't know. They hate us.
Nick, what are your thoughts on ES right now? I mean, I'm still in the camp of we had B period inside A period, so it's probably a D day. But once this range does break, whether to the upside or the downside, I'm probably not looking to fade it. But I hate these kind of range days after a big overnight move, so I don't know if I'm going to do much more this session unless we do break this range to the downside. To the upside, I'm probably just not going to bother because it'll probably just continue to levitate, drift up. And I just don't want to sit here and try to contain myself to not try to press the red button.
Well, what's interesting is you caught the top of the range and I caught
Mhm.
the bottom of the range. So we should get some likes for that
Absolutely.
for sure. We have these are not prop accounts. These are personal accounts. Nick, you're on personal now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not even trading props anymore.
Yeah, prop. Nick made so much money they banned him. They didn't just ban him, they sent him death threats to his house.
I think
So
I
he's
am
only
banned
cash.
from two props now though,
Yeah, he's only cash now.
from whatever their caps are. But I'm
BH
having more
money.
fun
Thank you.
trading the cash account because I've had much larger days. I'm letting trades continue to hold and play out, having capturing larger winning days. Like I had my biggest futures day since 2022 last week between gold and Q in those massive ranges that we kind of had, like just letting trades roll. So yeah, it was the biggest day since October um, 2000, sorry, October 22 CPI day, which we'll never
Mm.
forget.
BH money. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I did have a large NQ short last week that I still paper handed. I think XY was in the same trade and we kind of covered around the same time.
Yeah.
But I got like 170 points. And so it was like, am I really mad that it rolled like another 200 after that? No.
Honestly, the market's been really generous to guys like us lately because my management skills after like 50 points to 100, they're not as strong as you guys have seen lately. I think the market's
This
just
is
making
Tom.
it easier to hold.
Yeah,
So the
it is.
momentum is definitely holding. The other day, what, yesterday or 2 days ago, I don't remember. I hit like a 200 something pointer, which is you tell me this last year that I would be able to do this, I'd be like, no, I would die. I would be dead before I can even get like 150, you know. But the market's just been different. It's made it easier. So this is not, I would say it's not usual. It's just the nature of the market. For me, if I'm getting 30 points, I'm happy. It's always been that way. It's just lately
Hmm.
they're off range, really good ranges.
Which has made it harder for me to like take 50 points at times,
Mhm.
just because
Yeah.
it continues to kind of play out relatively quickly over the last week. And I have situations like yesterday where I let like an 80 point NQ trade with a three lot like round trip me where I only got one off, and the
You're like, what do
rest
you mean this is
stopped
only
at break even.
$4,000?
You just get so pissed at yourself, like, why did I do that? That was like an easy $5,000 trade plus, and okay, now it's basically like $800.
And it's always like I could have just closed it and turned it all off and be
Yeah,
done with it, but now I'm sitting here still with
but
nothing.
I don't know. I go back and forth because situations like this or time frames in the market like this, when we have dog days of summer like we had this year, and then you get a good week of this type of volatility and movement and range expansion, and it's like I kind of want to press so that I don't feel like I need to press in those other slower parts of the year, that I can be more scalpy. So that's what I kind of was trying to do for the last week, and it worked. But if we start getting back into vol suppression mode, I will probably wind it down a little bit for the rest of this year. But sellers
Yeah,
stepping on the
usually
gas a little bit here.
I would have winded down already, but the
Yeah.
market is like, still something to do. I was like, okay. I didn't expect to really trade much in terms of like size at all after coming back from Japan, but the market is it's given out some good ones for sure.
Morgan Stanley no longer expects the Fed rate cut in December. So that could be why we're seeing a little bit of an offer here. I'm assuming that was the breaking news because Tracy just posted that.
Rack City, yeah. So Ninja Trader has told us the head honchos told us ahead of time that although we're streaming, although it's content based, you obviously, if you're a content, you have to provide content. They told us not to feel like we have to be in trades or we have to be firing away and stuff like that. So it helps a lot. It helps a lot to stick to what we do and not the other stuff. And just sometimes we sit here and there's nothing to do, right? We spent
Mhm.
a good portion of the open just not doing anything. It might have been the entire A period, just not doing anything until finally there was something. It helps, yeah. So
Yeah. I think we still caught two good trades. I mean, I caught 12 points in ES, 13 points, excuse me. And you had a nice 100 plus pointer in NQ. So we made the best out of this range. In fact, catching the
honestly,
top and bottom. Otherwise, it probably would have been a pretty lackluster session for the two of us.
yeah. Now it's like if you haven't made your trades, it's gonna be significantly harder.
Unless we
Unless they
break this
crack the
range.
downside. It's
Yeah.
actually it's possible that this can just slip further downside now because they had the chance. They got there, they made their choice.
Hmm.
This to me is a choice still within this zone, same high time frame spot, and they broke the new high and did not trade it. They simply decided we're not gonna buy any further, and the offer is still present. And look at all this late buying. So this is all late buying now. Yeah, this could be pretty bad. If they do lose the weekly open, it gets really dicey.
Yep. Looks bearish now. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I think the only way I continue to try to play this is if we break this range to the downside. And, I would love to potentially go with that momentum and retrace some of the overnight structure. But we'll see. I'm also not ready, like XY was just saying, unless we kind of break that week open violently to really, really try to initiate like large shorts at this point. Like I'd keep it small and scalpy unless we break the range.
My bias is when I get off the stream, I'm turning the charts off.
You take a nap?
Maybe. I didn't get good sleep.
I didn't either because of the
I
storms here.
I think I got like 3.5 hours. I don't know. The week open is the key. Yeah, week open is the key right now. And it's not just because it's the week open. The market itself has decided the week open is very important, and you can see it through volume,
Hmm.
unless you believe volume is fake.
I mean, you
But if you
can,
believe it's real, look at the volume structure, right, around weekly open.
yeah. On ES, the week open is the exact value area low for the session. So you're finding buyers continuing to step in and initiate there.
How can I read the tape with 3.5 hours of sleep? The vibes. You got to spend enough time with it to be able to feel the vibes. Oh, dude, if you are an East Coast sports fan, dude, it's so hard.
Yeah, that's probably outside of the weather. That is truly the biggest thing I miss about living in California.
You can actually watch sports and get to bed at a reasonable time.
Yeah, like you truly can watch sports like all day. College starts at 9 a.m. And if you're like me, like if you're someone that naturally is always for most of their life woken up with the sun, between like 6 and 7 a.m. naturally, then yeah, it's great to go run, go get groceries, go work out, and then come back like on a Saturday and it's like college football starts and you can kind of just chill the rest of the day.
Yeah.
But here it's like I don't know. I don't get to watch anything. Like I never watch Monday Night Football, Saturday Night Football. It's on too late and I'm so tired.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, okay, so well, the latest NBA games have always been 7:30, right? But like, yeah, Rack City. Now the late games can be at 8 p.m. here, which is 11 over there. Dude, so you're not going to bed until like 2. Because the games, NBA games like 2.5 hours, right? Football games are like 3.5, 3 hours. And it is hell. Yeah, so that's another plus to being on the West Coast. Do I still use a tape reader? Yep, it's right here. It's right here. Bam, tape reader. Go Birds, absolutely. Are there any trader meetups in LA? I think they are considering
There
one.
may be one in the future, in the near term, in the near future. We'll see.
Mhm.
I hope so because I would swing a trip home and get to hang out with you.
Do you miss it at all, the OC?
Oh, all the time. Really, just the beach, the weather, and the just the lifestyle itself is just nicer in some
Is it more
capacity.
chill in the
But
OC or where you are now?
oh, it's super chill here, but it just depends kind of where you are.
Mhm.
I don't know. Orange County is super laid back, especially the beach cities.
Yeah, Rack City, we'll pitch that Panda Express meetup. The LA meetup will just be at a Panda Express.
I do miss living like walking distance from the sand in Newport though. That was
You were
always
walking distance?
yeah, like my apartment wasn't far and I would literally take the
Wow.
dog and like a quick jog and I'm on the peninsula.
Damn, that's nice and expensive.
I mean Nick pre full-time trader, working a big tech job, being a single guy in Southern
Oh, he was
California,
living.
just living the life, man.
He was living his best.
No expenses basically outside of just basic living expenses. My car was paid off, like all the good things.
Oh, I think the other guys are gonna get put on soon. I gotta delete this before they find out what kind of shit we were up to.
Yeah, you better hide that.
Yeah.
Quick, everybody take your screenshots. And if you have
I'm gonna
the
deny it.
proprietary S,
I
it
will deny all
worked.
the claims. This is actually a good indicator. When I pull out the S, that's how you know I'm like in try hard mode. Like when you sit up in your seat, that's the S for me.
Only expense the 5K rent. It wasn't that expensive, guys. My rent was like a little over two for a one bedroom in Newport. It's not bad.
Which is
Okay, so keep in mind, this is like 2017 when I left.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So
I
rent
was gonna
wasn't
say
out of
that's
control.
pretty good right now. Yeah.
No, I had a nice place. Like it wasn't massive. It was like 750 square feet, but me and a dog, that's plenty of space to
Vale,
live by the beach. Although I do feel like if I didn't meet my wife when I met her, I probably would have moved back to California post COVID. Would have sold my place here and probably moved back and bought something like a condo in Laguna or Newport or something.
So did you stay there because she wanted to stay there?
It just didn't make sense to move because my life was kind of at a different place then. But if we weren't together and COVID was happening and I was already remote, but truly remote, working like a 9 to 5 like that, like I would have 100% moved back to Southern California.
Yeah, I mean, you can come back, pay 2 million for 1,200 square feet
Yep.
if that's your thing.
You can pitch a tent on the boardwalk now for free. One of the joys of California right there that has not changed in any amount of time I lived there. It's probably worse
But parking
in
is $50 a
yes.
day.
And the parking ticket will be $100 if you screw up when and how you can park.
Yep, they made that they found that little boogeyman up top, and I think we're gonna get some real downsides now.
Mike, yeah, a bunch of my friends at this point have like bought places in like East Side Costa Mesa and still like live out there.
Costa Mesa was like a good, or I'm hoping it is. I haven't been in a while, but it was a good spot because it was still it's still a really nice area. It's chill,
Hmm.
but it's in a pocket that's cheap enough
Yep. If
compared
you're
to
on
like
the
Irvine.
if you're in like the east side of Costa Mesa, like around like 17th Street, like that border of Newport Beach, basically in Irvine, kind of
Mhm.
right there, like it's great.
Yeah, it's a good pocket, affordable compared to what's next to it for
Yeah.
sure.
And it's super nice, like right there. Like it's like
Clean.
you go a couple lights and you're like at Fashion Island and like Pelican and stuff. Like it's really not a bad area. I probably will be heading back there. I don't think I'm going for Christmas, but possibly right after for like New Year's.
This year?
Yeah, I realized like if I go for Christmas, like I'm there for Christmas, like and my friends are doing things with family, so it's like I never get to see people. But
Mm.
if I go like after everyone's kind of back and I can actually like go around and do stuff. The holidays is just tough sometimes, and now
Do
it'll
you
be
go
very
back
different
every
with the.
year?
I used to,
When was the last
but
time?
pre pre baby,
Pre-COVID? Oh,
so it was like 2 years
that's not,
ago. I went home
yeah,
for
it's not too
Christmas.
long. Aliso Viejo. I would have guessed Tracy was just in Chicago forever
Yeah,
and then
I
just
would have
moved to
thought that
Naples.
too. But we are holding that range again, holding the week open again. Let's see. They're gonna
Nah, I
knock
think
on
this
it
cracks.
another
I
time.
think this cracks. That failed upside is not for nothing.
Nvidia retreating a little bit too. So yeah, I could see it. Boys,
what's up?
Hello,
Everyone's in a
hello.
everyone's
good
just in a
morning.
dark room.
Good morning. Good morning.
How you guys doing?
Streamer life, you know.
Not too bad, not too bad.
Good, bro. Good.
You guys got an interesting market to tackle here.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah.
actually may have something better to trade than we do with this range cracks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching this downside. We had a nice failure up there near IB initial balance high. Big
Yep.
old selling came through.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuck buying. No good. So I think you guys hopefully you guys get extended downsides and make some quick bucks. They always make it fast.
Yeah, I would like a nice crack at the downside, catch a nice short. I've been waiting on that. I really wanted to short up at IB high when we saw that initial selling come through up there. It happened so fast that I just missed it.
Here it goes. So you want some shorts. Leo, what are you looking for? Fade?
Yeah, I mean, week open has to tell the story, I think, for me. We crack that week open and start to push below it, and I'll get short. We have a nice big gap to trade into potentially too, so
Yeah.
it could be a nice run down to that.
This 15-minute candle is the entire range of the day in one candle. That's cool.
Beautiful.
That's very cool.
Yeah, losing this is not going to be pretty if we do.
No, yeah, I think it's gonna. If we do, it's gonna crack pretty hard. I feel like.
Yeah, upwards of 300 has so much buying that's stuck.
Starting to crack below initial balance low as well.
It's angry tape.
Yeah, it's not
Is
feeling too hot.
angry tape. Ooh.
Cracking pretty hard here. A lot of selling, man. A lot of selling.
Mm.
Yeah, Nvidia's,
Were they
Nvidia's rolling over now.
well, was the no rate cut in December a surprise? I mean, I feel like they've been projecting that pretty hard.
Yeah. And then even like looking at September's employment, like it didn't look that bad. So
Well, it's because you got a bunch of people up top that thought it wasn't going to happen, I guess, and now they're just running for the exit at this point,
Mhm.
right? This is what we thought we would get earlier on, but to the upside, this is happening the other way.
Yeah, one thing I don't want to see happen is it hold the range, just pop right back up into it. I'd like to get continuation, catch a short down.
That would be way nicer for sure
Yeah.
with the trend, all of that. And they've got some good room downsides, honestly. Really nice. Even 50 points lower from here should be really easy.
Yeah. I mean, I was even thinking like those 30s, 25,000 30s.
A swing.
yeah, it wouldn't shock me if it does actually roll that you probably go retest down to that area, if not like yesterday's previous day high in NQ, like that 980s, whatever it was.
Mhm.
Just need to see a failed bid somewhere, reoffer, and then probably just gonna make its way down. But the bid can't even pull it up.
No, it's just kind of been straight down. There's really not been any pullbacks. We had one bid try to come in close to VWAP and just
ES is actually
tanked right after.
they tried to buy 57s. They're trying to buy 57s right now. If they can run those buyers over now, oh man. 57s ES.
If Nasdaq cracks back above initial balance low and then starts to see more weakness after that, I might look for shorts.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. 140s up
Yeah.
into 150.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you guys what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna turn it
Take
all
a
off.
nap.
Yeah.
I'm
There you
turning it
go.
all off.
Yeah.
Busted my ass this morning. So
XY
I will
and
see you guys later.
XY and I shutting down the charts for the day is pretty much a guarantee that we're probably going to retrace overnight and give you guys something to trade because I don't really want to trade. Like it
Best
pretty
trades
much
happen
will
when we turn it
guarantee
off.
I'm going to look in like 2 hours and see we're back like under 25K or something.
All right, good luck, guys.
All right.
Yeah.
See
All
ya.
right, later.
Later, boys.
Later. Leo, what's up, dude?
What's going on, brother?
No, not much, man. Not much. Just watching the good old NASDAQ
Every day.
every day, bro. Every day. You taking anything today?
I was in the long that XYZ was in earlier up to basically that IB high.
Nice.
And that's it.
Good
That's all
long.
I've done so far. Well, I took two longs. I took this OR mid long right there and just kind of got stopped out of it.
There you go.
But it got back in right here, right around VWAP.
Nice.
I feel like we missed our spot there.
Yeah, we're just kind of going straight down here. I mean, there's no bid to get me a good entry that I'm looking for.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I don't really want to chase it, and so I'm just gonna let her ride. I mean, those 25,000 30s look pretty appealing.
I mean, if I've learned one thing in my trading career is that getting short the hole is never going to be a good situation.
No, no, it never is.
Even in those one scenarios where it's like, oh, damn, I should have just done it, you know? It's
Yeah,
like, well, the other 8 times it would have slapped it right back in your face. So,
100%. Yeah. I was really frustrated from that sell at IB high. I mean, I had my finger on the button ready to pull the trigger on the shorts because
yeah.
I'm a big initial balance trader. I love failed auctions on IB levels.
Mm,
And I saw the initial selling come through at IB high and I was like, okay, like this looks good. Let's take it. Hesitated and then it just smoked like straight to the downside.
yeah.
It's so frustrating. It was the setup I was looking for. Like I mean that's an A plus for me when we get the a break above IB high and then sell back below and show weakness. Like that's an A plus for me to go short. Not for whatever reason, I just didn't take it.
Yeah. Yep. That makes a lot of sense. Just taking the field. You could have taken it here at
Yep.
01 on this little pullback. Well, let's see if they bid it up here to 40s and see what happens there.
Yeah. I'll be looking for
Might be
shorts.
decent.
If we can take a peek back above initial balance low and then catch some more weakness, I'll be looking for those shorts.
Yeah. I like that idea.
How's your week been?
It's been good. I mean, Monday was kind of chaotic, with the Arena Cup, just
Yep.
trying to take out first place for that donation. But
Yeah.
it's been pretty good. What about you?
Not bad. Not bad. It's been a pretty good week so far. We're all green on the week, so I'll take it.
Nice.
See, Joey, could be this selling related to Euro closing because 10 attempt was could be. Yeah.
Gold's not doing nothing.
That's PTSD from all the month of NQ deciding to compress through IB high and spend the session grinding above it. Yeah, facts. I mean, it really has. I will say, like I really haven't. I mean, I would say over the past maybe month or two, month and a half, I really haven't had very many good initial balance setups for me. Not as much as I used to. I used to get. It seems like obviously the Nasdaq's been bullish and just it would get above IB high and grind above it, and that's would never get the failure that I was looking for. And I think that's probably part of the reason why I didn't take it when I should have was we had all that strength coming back up to IB high again for a second time. And so in my head, I'm just like, maybe we do crack it this time and grind above it. But no.
And a big gap up too.
Yeah.
That's a hard trade.
Yeah. But it's all good. We'll catch the next one. Leo, what's your A plus, dude?
So my A plus is the OR mid,
Okay.
rebid reoffer setup. I mean, that's kind of the trade that I go, the hardest for in the mornings. So like, we had this breakout from the 5 minute opening range,
Uh,
and this mid when that's tested, basically just look for longs on that retest. It's actually like the stats that I have behind this trade are, you would have a stop below the OR low. So like the trade never got invalidated, but I don't really use that large of a stop. So I took this trade and got stopped out and then just re-entered here.
yeah.
I still consider it kind of the same setup, honestly.
Okay.
And then just, target the top of the OR for first TP and then some level of an extension, outside of that. So I just kind of scale out as we push. And then the other, it's the other side the same, right? So if we had opening, 5 minute opening range that busted out to the downside and that 5 minute mid tested, I would look for short.
There you go. Nice.
So that's my primary morning session trade setup.
Nice. Man, dude, what up?
May I meet you, Chris? You can meet me, Chris, anytime. The weekly LVN, you're talking about right here at these 47s. What are we talking about, Phil?
Man, we are getting no bid here.
It's kind of annoying. Annoying.
Just, I mean, it's just straight down. We're just jetting to these 30s.
Annoying.
Seems like we're gonna crack, that 23 is pretty hard. Might just be just trending down the rest of the morning.
That would be funny.
I mean, that's some pretty aggressive selling.
Yeah, I mean, this gap is not that far away now at this point. It's
Yeah.
70 points. What happened overnight here? NVIDIA rallied and just kind of grinded higher. Big distribution right here.
And what's NVIDIA? NVIDIA's up 2%. Well, it caught some selling too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's catching some weakness. Which is surprising considering that their earnings were so good.
Do you trade any single name stuff, Joey?
What's that?
Do you trade any single name stocks?
Oh, like long term. Every
yeah.
now and then, maybe a swing trade here and there. But
Yeah.
if I do, it's usually big tech like NVIDIA or Tesla, Apple,
Yeah.
all the tech names.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I mean, Chris is. If you ever get on stream with Chris, he's always talking about his long term portfolio because he trades stocks, from a swing perspective.
Yeah.
Like quite a bit.
Yeah, swinging stocks was kind of that was my intro into trading.
My intro was options, and like options flow. I
Okay.
used to have used to have one of those options flow services and just like try to spot, like the biggest anomalies from an options flow perspective.
I never
I mean,
really
the
got
game
into
was
options. I don't understand them enough.
it's too much math.
Yeah, I never really got into it.
Mhm.
I feel like if I try, I would lose a lot of money.
I mean, that's usually what happens. Unfortunately, I had a pretty good run, but it was just like too much to pay attention to all the time because you might have 7 or 8 positions on. You
Yeah.
might be swinging most of them, and then you wake up the next morning and you've got, you have to manage all that. And this was when Donald Trump's first presidency. Like that's when I got into it, and he would say something and just ruin the market overnight.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe I've taken like 2 options trades in my entire trading career.
Nice. Every once in a while, like if we have a pretty big range day, I'll take some type of like reversion, like in the Qs or in the SPY, like I'll just take a couple days out
Yeah.
and look for like some type of big reversion trade, not as a YOLO, but just kind of like a cheap trade.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know. I've always I really haven't even traded like even swing trading. I haven't really traded like a whole lot of names. I'm just like I really have stuck to like the main ones, like pretty much the Mag 7. Just swinging those. I understand them the most.
Right.
And it's just kind of what I've stuck with.
Well, they're also the ones that, have been outperforming the market too. So
Yeah,
it's always good to
100%.
be on the leaders.
I do want to start a swing trading futures account though.
Mm-hmm.
That's something I'm definitely interested in. I'm considering funding, just throwing on like a couple micros or something.
Yeah.
Try to catch some good swings. I mean, like, especially on the Nasdaq, you catch some good swings on Nasdaq, you get a lot of points on that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, single stock futures are coming. We don't do macro. No. I think like intraday traders with a big macro perspective, probably not a great combination.
Man, what is this selling? We're fixing to crack 25,000.
Yeah, we got to fill that gap.
Yep.
Not far from it. I would be, I don't know, might be able to pick up a little bit of support here at the yesterday's high.
Yep, maybe. We're gonna crack in 25,000. Man. Absolutely zero. You look at the 5 minute, it's just all red.
Mm.
The 15 minute is just two massive red candles. That's crazy. All red. Zero bid. Hmm. I mean, I don't even know if we're gonna get a pullback.
You might be right. It'll come. Take up this overnight low. Mission accomplished.
Chad, don't catch a falling knife.
Can I look at gold? Yeah, I can look at gold. Gold is right at the, it's not really in a bad spot for like a long here. Yeah, you have a nice bell-shaped distribution on the session here, and we're at the bottom of value. So you could look for a, an entry here to get long. Looks like there's some bid support in these 72s.
Yeah, it actually doesn't look bad.
Actually, I might take a snap at this. Just
Get a
let
strong crack
NQ
above VWAP there. Maybe get back to the 80s.
Yeah.
Doesn't look horrible. Hey, what's up, Mario? 1K on 3 micro so far. Nice. Call that selling.
Let's watch the thank you for a second. I think I'm gonna take a crack at this long. This
Yeah, that
buyers
long
just
on gold
came
looks
out of
pretty good.
here. I'm in NQ here.
Gold's cracking above VWAP. Getting some strength. You're longing NQ right now?
Yeah, just taking a crack at these buyers that just came blasting here.
Order filled.
They rejected right off yesterday's high, so that's not a good sign. See if they get a second stab at it.
See if they at least gives you a retest of that 25,000s.
Went for it. They reject. Look how clean that prior day high was, just rejected twice.
Yeah.
It's worth a shot. Let's see what's gold up to here.
Man, we have sold off 380 points from that initial balance high. That is crazy. I'm trying to like just find the next level that would be strong support. I mean, at this point, I mean, what do we, like previous days close? It's
Let's see.
a long ways down there,
It's a
but
long way down there.
with this selling, I mean, I don't really like. For me, I don't really like anything in the 850s. Buyers trying to catch a little bit of a bid right now. Maybe back above. We get back above yesterday's high. That could be a good long, I think. Like what pretty much what your idea
Yeah.
is. Nice. Get a long back above yesterday's high. See if we can go up and retrace back to um I don't want to say IB low because that's pretty high up there. Get back above 25,000s. I'm gonna take a small position long here.
Nice.
See if we can get back above yesterday's high.
Order filled.
I'll add to it if I get a little bit more confirmation that we want to get back up there, maybe get a retest at 25,000s. I can also give this some room because my position size is very small.
ES
And
still has
Order
ES
filled.
actually still has some room to go to get to its gap.
yeah, I don't love that. Entries at 957.
Mhm.
I do like the area, as uh support to hold here, but if sellers continue to come through, it's could get a little dirty.
Order filled.
I need this low to hold, which doesn't look like it's going to. Yeah, we're gonna take the L there.
Sell it all.
Yeah,
Gold's selling. Um, I think I may have just missed a nice long here. Gold. Kind of, they ran all these stops here.
I liked that buyers were trying to come through a second time there, but it's still just too weak. It was only 3 micros though, so it was a little wasn't too much.
Wait for the ES gap to fill. Only 5 points away.
Stop filled. Stop
Bonds
filled.
look like they're ready for a glorious bid.
Stop filled.
Joey, what markets do you trade, brother?
Usually just Nasdaq. I'll look at gold during Asia because usually around like 7 to 8 p.m. Central Time, you'll get some decent moves on gold. But generally just the Nasdaq.
So your primary setup is like initial balance, like you fading that when it breaks, or are you looking for that like continuation moves off the IB? What's the
Yeah.
primary?
Yeah, it's usually failures on those levels. So,
Mhm.
like kind of like what we had today when we broke above initial balance high and then could not get continuation, just sold it all from those levels.
Yeah.
Um, I like those types of failures, and then vice versa on the IB low. If we can get a crack below IB low and then see strength and come back within the range and continue to show that strength, I'll take the longs there. Generally, from that point, I like to try to target at least 50% of the initial balance retracement.
Hmm.
Um, Depending on my position size, I'll scale out of it. Or if I have a smaller position, then I'm usually all in, all out at the 50%
So the
retracement.
mid, like the Abbey mid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um, but if I'm a little bit heavier on size, I'll generally scale out of the position and see just if the market gives me more of a move than it does. If not, then I'll get tapped out for a trailing profit or break even. But um, after scaling out, so just kind of depends on my position size on what I target.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, crack that gap fill finally. Just touched it. I hate when they do that.
Nasdaq took a peek below 900 and seeing strength coming back above it. Watch now we get the buyers come through. Now that ES filled that gap.
Hmm. They're a bit stronger at the moment, but I think I'm gonna focus on this downside until something changes here.
What's the stat on those on the initial balance trades? I have about a 60 to 65% win rate on it. I usually sit in that range. Bulls feel like they're trying to catch a bid here. Looking pretty strong. Make it a retest of the 25,000s. Anything you're seeing here?
I'm looking for like just enough absorption, weakness, um, just for a continuation short, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, Mario, double breaks are a little bit more rare on the IBs, which today we got a double break, but
Order
definitely
filled.
more rare.
Jump in here, short 56. Love it when it just goes.
Nice. You got a good entry there.
Thank you.
What's my stop like when trading IB? A, usually back below. So just say like if we crack back above initial balance low and I'm long, usually the initial balance, a crack back below that would be my stop,
I'm taking. Oh
or vice versa on the
shit!
IB high.
I overcovered this trade. Oh well. 2 for 40.
Nice, good trade.
Hate that. I meant to only come out of one, and I got out of both.
Oh.
Thanks. A quick little scalp. The thing for me is when we have these trend moves, um, I just hate trading trend, honestly.
It's tough. It's a hard thing to do.
It's hard because it's like in this moment right here, ES filled the, it's like, what's the context? ES just filled the gap and now we're rallying, right?
Yeah.
So you don't want to get steamrolled by, buyers that just are going to V-shape this thing, because I've seen enough of those in my life to know that, they're pretty frequent.
Yeah.
But you also don't want to try to knife catch, a trended market. So I think you just have to, like, for me, the best way for me to trade them, since I'm not great at like following trends, is just take quick hits where I can.
I like that. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, for me, if I do if I do go against the trend, like what I did earlier, my normal position sizing could be anywhere from 7 micros to 10, to the equivalent of a mini.
Yeah.
My position size goes way down. Like that trade, I took only 3 micros on, like, it's so against the grain. But seeing buyers come in the way it did the second time, I thought it was worth, maybe like a
No,
starter,
yeah, it totally was. Yeah.
a starter entry, and then scaling into it. But
Yeah.
it, like, trading with a trend like this, I'm not the best at it either. It's a hard thing to get in, because, like, you wait for a pullback, like in this scenario, you wait for a bid. And when the bid looks strong, and especially when ES is filling has closed that gap, it's like, is this pullback just a pullback to catch continuation, or are buyers truly trying to step in here? So
Yeah.
it's a hard thing to do.
But yeah, I mean, I agree with you on the position sizing thing, um, when you're taking some type of, if you are looking for kind of a knife catch scenario, there's nothing wrong with that trade, right? That trade idea.
Yeah.
But what is wrong is when people oversize into those
100%.
trades. Yeah. We just tacked weekly view up here. Right at 850.
Still catching the sellers. Let's see. Let's go back to, let me take a look here.
I mean, it's a big move
Yeah.
already.
I mean, previous take close is looking more and more doable.
Right? They're not far. High we are
Monster.
market is ready to go up. Not sure.
I'm not
I'm not sure if the market's
confident.
ready to go up right now. It could.
Stop filled.
Yeah, aggressive moves like this, they're just, I don't know, they've always been my weakness. I've never been great at these aggressive moves. I like my initial balance range.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is like trading, everybody approaches differently, and the important thing, like, if you have structure around your trades,
Yeah.
reasons for them, etc., you have, reasons to put those trades on, they could be totally different. Like, I know Pax is probably giga short. I'm guessing, he got fancy, what he calls it. shorted the top of the OR, shorted more at the bottom of the OR, and he's probably riding this thing pretty heavy right now, to be honest. But that's his approach, you know.
What's my orb time frame? So I don't really trade orb. I'm more of an initial balance trader. So, and that's the first hour of the trading session. But I've heard different time frames. Lee, I don't know what your orb is, but I've heard people like do 15 minutes,
Well, so the traditional like old school opening range was 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Yep.
It's the high and the low of the first 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I used that forever. When I started trading, I traded on ES for years and used kind of that 30-second OR as kind of, you know, not in the way that PAX uses it, but just kind of as a reference point
That's
for
what the
me.
CME defines as the opening range is 30
Yeah,
seconds.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But then when I moved over to NQ, you know, NQ is a lot, you know, it's a lot more harsh, right? And I wanted to slow myself down, so I started using the 5 minute
Mm.
just as that reference range. And then after a period of time, I noticed that 5 minute mid when it would get tested after like a breakout, it was a banger of a trade. And so then I went and I had somebody do a bunch of Python stuff with it just to like test that setup mechanically, and it worked really nice. So that's where that 5 minute mid trade came from.
Nice.
Oh man, I love
I know
getting blown
a
down
few
here.
people who still trade the 30-second open OR.
Yeah, for sure.
It's pretty popular.
I think I'm gonna take a stab at a long here, just maybe like a one lot. Super, super spicy. Just need to see buyers just at least get a little more aggressive. All right, I'll put it on.
On NASDAQ?
Yeah.
Nice.
This is kind of a range for me for this is a if we get a trend move into this exact zone that we're in, I'll take a stab at a like a reversion type of trade.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it's gonna work though.
You're more of a scalper?
I would call myself like an intraday scalper that I'll try to turn a scalp into like an intraday swing type of thing. So, you know, I'll put a position on, you know, a couple of contracts, maybe scale into it. And then as it starts to work, scale out, you know,
Okay.
20, 30 points and then try to let some run. And then if it does start to run, it just stop me out just to run it right back. That's cool. If it does start to run, then I'll look for, you know, ads like putting on additional, you know, if I do get part of like a nice trend.
Yeah. These sellers are just relentless. I mean, we are moving straight down. At this point, I think previous day's close is going to come into play. I'll look to see if we get any support down there for if considering longs, I really want to see that come into play, that previous day close somewhere in that general range, maybe even a little below it and see some strength coming out of it.
Yeah.
At this point, I can't, for me, I can't justify shorts here just because we've had such a huge move. What's Nvidia doing right now? Oh wow, Nvidia is about to go red. Only up 0.5%. I don't want to see buyers step in here. That's the last thing I want to see. I want to see more of a level come in.
She's nasty today,
Yeah, she is.
honestly.
Leo, what's your go-to off the charts, dude? What do you do when you shut it down?
Oh, man. Well, we just had a newborn,
Oh,
5
congrats.
months ago. Thanks. So just helping mom and hanging out with the little one. We have a 6-year-old too. So
Nice.
he's in school part-time. He does 2 days a week, and we do homeschooling 3.
Okay.
So just helping out with her and baby and anything I can do
Nice.
to be of service. What about you?
Usually gym and then content stuff.
Mhm.
That's really it. I have my wife, she is a stay at home and she hangs out. We have a little boy, he turns 2 next month.
Oh, nice, man.
Um,
Congrats.
she hangs out with him and takes care of him. And so after I shut it down, I'll hang out with them for a minute, go to the gym, shoot some content stuff, and finish out my day with that. Hang out with the fam.
Yeah. Yeah, our little one is the baby is she is a Velcro baby. That's what they
Uh,
call them. She just wants to be held 24/7. So it's been a rough couple of months for us, but things are starting to get a little better. We're gonna
yeah,
bounce
that
off this
newborn stage is
pregnant.
hard.
Yeah.
Very hard.
Yeah, she was at the pediatrician. She's like, yeah, I noticed, yeah, like she's always wanted to be held, napped. Like I have to hold her for all of her naps. And she was like, yeah, some babies are like that. And she said sometimes they don't even grow out of it for like a year. My wife was like, no, no way. 2 of my 3 were like that, Leo. Yeah. And yeah, like you said, it's hard to justify just getting short in this hole and getting long as
It is. Yeah.
we tried both of us have had longs that failed, so no point in
Previous day
fighting
close
that.
came quicker than I thought it would.
Yeah. Yeah, we were like, oh, queen shot to the gap fill, and it's like now we went through the gap fill and back to the close.
Yeah. There's just no bids in the market right now. I want to see, like I said, if I can get a peak below previous day and then find strength there, that would be I'd feel better about taking a long there. It's going down, by the way. Yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. I
Thanks for
wasn't
the
sure.
head. Thanks
What
for the
was
heads
the
up.
giveaway? Was it the fact that like I had to scrunch my chart so hard just to so that we could like see the range of the day? Like, is this down? Hey, Fractal, is this going down, sir?
All right, Mario.
Let me know.
You have a
Fractal,
good
what do
one
you
too.
think? All right, let's see. Let's see.
Brad was like, follow for more tips.
I'll be here all day. Depends on your zoom, Leo. What? So you're saying like if I zoom in more, it could look like we're going up? I'm not sure.
We have a decent initial balance range, and it just looks so small for what we just got. Holy. All right,
Yes, almost back to last week's low. That's crazy.
we're just gonna get some infinite selling. We're fixing to peak below previous day. There we go. Infinite selling. It's going to zero. All right, there's a touch of previous day, a little bit of buyer stepping in. See if they hold. I'm gonna look for maybe a move down here and some strength back into the 740s.
Yeah, I don't hate a stab here.
Yeah, I'm eyeballing it right now.
Oh, that was quick. Jump back in this. I think my stop is a little too tight for these market conditions here. This is the last chance for bulls? Question mark. It's a good spot. It's the only other spot that I'd be willing to risk, on the long side, but you have to remember that you're fading a huge trend.
Yeah.
So it's a high risk, high reward. So that's gonna be it for me. I'm not gonna play with the devil anymore here. Let's see what gold's up to. Kind of in a downtrend, kind of slow downtrend here. No buyers.
Still teetering with previous day close. Man. All right, this is my second stab at this, second stab long. Well, since we're flirting with previous day close and trying to stay above it, I like the idea of a long here. It's what I've been waiting on, so I'm gonna take it.
Seems I was just a tad early to that trade.
We're sized way down still, only 3 micros. I'll look to add into it if we see some good strength.
Could be a banger of a trade here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and add 2. So I'm in 5 total, 5
Nice.
micros. I'm keeping my stop at the low 96. We'll see if it holds. I mean, like I said, we're going very much against the grain, so it wouldn't take much for sellers just to smack us right back down. As long as we hold previous day, we'll be all right in this trade. A little bit of a tug of war here.
Yeah, honestly, I still like it. I mean, there's a bit of a passive offer right here at 60. But every little slam down has been held, which is a little different than what we've seen.
Yeah, buyers are they're trying, but it's a struggle.
Here we go. Get a nice little push now.
See if they can
What
get
would your
back
target be
above.
for this trade?
What's that?
What would your target be?
I'm gonna trail above. I want to see 820s come into play, and
Yeah.
then I'll start trailing at that point.
Okay, cool. Oh.
Sellers coming back through here, which I don't love to see.
What we do need before we end this stream today, we have about 10 minutes left, is everybody to hit that like button, subscribe. That helps other people find the channel and lets us let's Jim let us go. And apparently Jim's already left, so we get to go today no matter what. But we still need to show Ninja Trader how much you guys appreciate them for putting this on. It's a huge production in the background. So go ahead and throw us some likes. Make sure you subscribe for all the updates. We're not going to beg today. We're just different. We're built different, right, Joey? No begging for likes. You just have to give them.
You guys
Jim,
ain't
nowhere to be
going
found.
nowhere.
Markets. That's right.
Chat, give me the like so the buyers step in.
One like, one buyer.
Didn't quite give me the 820s. We got to 803. Sellers stepped right back in, which I don't love to see. Is high probability with those amount of sellers, high probability I get stopped out on this. But we've had some big movement, and I didn't want to trail too tightly too early. Okay, there we go. We're stopped out.
Ooh.
All right. Yep, that'll be it for me. Stop was right at the low. We went and tagged it. Talked about target was
Yes,
really
took out last week's low.
target was really 820s, and we just stopped just short, made 03s. Unfortunate.
Can't win them all, brother.
Can't win them all.
We're right back to. I think this is an important spot for buyers. Honestly, if we just do nothing, nobody shows up here. It's a pretty big tell for me going forward. I might even be willing to put a trade on here.
This might be my first red day of the month, Leo.
No,
First red
day's
day
not
of the
over.
month. We're getting close to my my cutoff.
Yeah,
We might have one more opportunity.
no buyers, not yet.
Cooper, appreciate that. I
Cooper's a good
enjoy
dude.
being here. We got Kane in the chat. He says markets are broken. They really are.
Did you do this, Kane? Is this your fault?
Streamer boy, we need you.
Markets really are broken. I mean, they're just
This is like Black Friday of 2022 vibes.
like chat. Which one of you broke the market, bro?
It's like Thanksgiving. They just did it all over again 3 years later. Sorry about it. There's nothing to be sorry about.
Accidentally hit the sell button. Sorry. No worries. So you broke the market.
My name is Jeff.
My name is Jeff.
$24,500s.
Yes, back to yesterday's range, opening range.
Wow. We just went down and tested yesterday's initial balance low on NASDAQ.
Some good selling. They're really performing. You don't see this every day from sellers, This is just not a normal,
Sellers are doing all right today.
Yeah. We've gone from 25.3 to 24.5, 700 points. Is that math right?
Are we gonna get
Pretty
are we gonna
good.
get a 1,000-point move today?
Straight down. I mean, they should go ahead and take out yesterday's low too.
I mean, just go to zero at this point.
Well, the good thing is we'll be back in the afternoon. I'll be on with Salma, trading the close in a couple hours. So if you haven't Like the chat, go ahead and do that. If you took your like away, that's pretty rude. Uh, but we want to thank you guys for jumping on stream with us today. Watching this insane sell-off. Got a couple of good 2 L's, I think, for me for longs and one good short. So that was nice. And we'll be back on in the afternoon. Joey, anything from you to close us out?
I would just say, man, just stay safe today. I mean, it's a big move down. I mean, I took a couple longs here on my end, both L's. We had one decent long that looked pretty good. Unfortunately, it stopped us out. But I mean, just stay safe. Big moves straight down. Just make sure you don't catch a falling knife.
Yep.
Be patient.
Now would be a good time to just let the market sort itself out here.
Let it do
if
its
you're not
thing.
already short, and then see what you can't pick off later. So we'll be back in a few hours for trade the close, and we'll see you in a bit. Thanks,
See you, chat.
weeks ago, but let's go back to as of today or today, most U.S. spot Bitcoin ETFs are now technically underwater. 89,600, I keep repeating that, is kind of their break even. So, and this is of all the inflows for all the ETFs launched since January 2024. So as these ETFs get more and more underwater, we could have a situation where this gets exacerbated move to the downside, because it's going to cause a lot of selling pressure. It's probably also going to discourage any new buyers and selling pressure from those that are holding at a loss, particularly pension funds, institutions, retail flows, but bigger bigger entities such as pension funds that have very large positions in this may start selling. So we could get an exacerbated move to the downside if we continue to hold below that 89,600. So something to watch out for if you are trading Bitcoin. Then we also talked about the housing market this week with Danielle, or this morning with Danielle DiMartino Booth. She said, keep an eye on the housing market. We did have a report from Freddie Mac while we were away. Mortgage rates in the U.S. climbed for the third week, reaching 6.26%. That's up from 6.24% last week. However, down year over year. Last year at this time was 6.84%, but still, we've got higher prices, weak demand. The U.S. housing market's been stuck in a holding pattern, and seeing mortgage rates go up is not going to help the housing market that much. So, just another sector that we should keep an eye on the macro front. And with that, I will pass it off to Leo and Salma for Trade the Close.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
Long time no talk, Selma.
I know, it's been 24 hours?
Less than.
I know. Sometimes it does feel like much longer than it has been.
Crazy day.
How you doing? I
Pretty
know.
good. Crazy
You know
day.
what? Can I admit to something?
Yeah.
Yesterday, all day yesterday, I kind of was berating everyone who played NVIDIA earnings. It's like people don't learn, right? Quarter after quarter, they think this time it'll be different. And so I was kind of rage baiting, playfully rage baiting a couple people. And so I kept saying, I'm not convinced with this pump. Like, they're going to rug pull people. I didn't expect it to be this much, and I didn't expect it to be this bad. So I hope.
So how many puts do you have then?
Honestly, I will admit, I do have a
you have
position
some?
on puts. I do, but that's not why I was saying that. Like, I wasn't this overly bearish. I was just speaking from experience. Typically, earnings season is the worst as far as, all the degenerates come out, people getting crushed, people thinking like, oh, wow, this earnings play worked out for me. I'm going to try to double my money on the next earnings play, and then they get cooked again. So it's just like this vicious cycle. And so I tried to warn as many people as I could, but people tend to not listen, and they have to kind of just learn on their own through making mistakes.
Salma is Michael Burry 2.0.
No, you guys, I have to say, like, earlier in the year, I was a huge bull. Not even earlier in the year. Maybe for the last 2 years, I've been a bull. And yeah,
Well,
go ahead.
The thing with earnings, putting positions on before a binary event is as close to gambling as I can think.
Yeah, 100%. I kept sending, I don't know if you guys know the GIF where it's like they're just scooping money into the fire.
Yeah.
I just kept sending that GIF in my group yesterday. I was like, this is what you guys are doing. You're just giving the market a donation. And you know what? NVIDIA pumped, and it did bring the market up, but it just wasn't enough. They didn't even meet their implied move. And so I don't know if you know much like about options, but like
I mean, that's how I
they
started
just
trading.
yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, me too. I still do it every now and then.
The thing is though, for a binary event like the way that the way that they price those in options, they don't, the market makers are not, they're not dumb. That's not dumb money, right? So there's a premium cooked into those things.
Right.
And I've played options before for earnings events, and the market went in the direction of that options play, and because of all the premium that gets taken out the next day, you might be break even or even still lose money.
So like that's what happened today. It's called the IV crush.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
It's when whatever. So Nvidia, I think their implied move was like 7%. And they only pumped as high as like 5.75%.
Yeah.
And so like yeah, it made a great move. It just wasn't enough for all those people who had calls to make money. And then um rightfully so, same thing happened with like anyone who swung QQQ or spy calls. They
Yeah.
didn't make money today. The premiums on those contracts didn't move.
Yeah.
Basically, everyone just learned a very important lesson.
So
Um,
the moral is if you're wrong, you lose money.
yep.
If you're right, you might also lose money.
No, not might.
So
You will. You
so you
will.
have to be right by a lot in order to make a buck.
I have to say, this is like one of the reasons that kind of pushed me away from options and
Yeah,
pushed
same.
me further
Yeah.
towards
Yeah.
futures.
Right.
Just I do better, obviously, do better when it's just me against price action
Yeah.
rather than me against price action against the Greeks, against whatever other things that I can't control. It's just yeah, no, it's a recipe for disaster. The fault is not options, it's ignorance.
It's
I
ignorance.
mean, yeah, of course. A lot of people, even I tweeted yesterday, like whoever needs that reminder, don't play Nvidia earnings. A lot of people in the comments were pretty upset. You know, you don't know what you're talking about, yada yada yada. Well, how you doing today, buddy?
Hey, likes up in the chat for those that played NVIDIA earnings, right?
Rip, RIP.
All right, so what do you have this afternoon? What are you looking at?
Dude, I mean, what is there really to look at? So like the only thing I've been focusing on ES all day, okay? So
Yeah.
we obviously have knifed through so many levels here. The only thing I have left for us, if bears wanted to, the only thing left I have is to sweep this previous month's low at 65.40. We're
I was
currently at
looking at exactly the same thing in NQ. We have last month's low 159,
let me see NQ.
24,
Yep.
159. And if we sweep that and find a bid out of there, I would be willing to take a long.
Mhm.
Not very aggressively. I'm trading micros this afternoon just to take, to take into account the volatility and whatnot.
Yeah, that's smart.
So that's one trade that I would look at if it happens. And then the other would be some type of, if we get this is tricky because it's kind of end of day, right? So a lot of these end of day pumps or end of day moves on a down day like this can pump pretty hard into the close. But if we get a bit into these 87s, right around this range, I might look for a short.
Wait,
back.
87 what? 387?
387. 387.
387. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, so like the only thing I would be wary of is the fact that if if ES wants this previous month low,
Yeah.
we're basically about 50 points away.
Yeah.
50 points on ES is a lot more than 100 points on NQ because that's how far we are from previous month low on NQ. So if ES does get down there, I would expect NQ to knife probably to 24,000. 200
crazy.
points, 270 points is not far-fetched after this day that we've had, guys.
Storage on my charts.
And someone keeps asking about Pax. Pax, I believe he had a procedure done, so I don't think he even traded today. I'll be very surprised if they try to push us into end of the day.
You think we'll stay down here in the bottom of this range?
Obviously for bulls you would want to see a push, right? Um, I just don't know if they have it in them. We tried here around 12:45-ish.
Yep.
That was a nice move. That was about 70 or so points on ES. I think like 200 points on NQ. And then we just rejected that 9 EMA and came right back down. And now it's kind of just doing nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're in the consolidation for
This
sure.
was a really crazy day. Anybody in the chat catch anything good?
I took a pretty nice short around, frustratingly short actually. I want to say it was right around here. Wait, no, it was higher. Damn. It was from 971. I got about a 50-point move. I went to cover one and over covered both.
Damn.
That kind of sucked
Yeah. Wow.
because it just tanked.
Yeah, it's
that
almost
point.
today was one of those days where it was just super hard that it was hard to be in a trade unless you chase, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, those trend moves are something that I'm not like super, I don't know, skilled at. Like I'm just not skilled at just selling into the hole, buying into the highs when we're trending.
Yeah, Leo,
Um,
I don't even like this was a trend day that was just straight knife. There was
yeah,
it did
there
not
was a nice
offer any
pullback.
type of
There was a nice pullback to those earlier to those 597s.
what time? Around 1-ish or 12?
Yeah, 115 your time.
Yeah, that's when they tried and then failed miserably.
Yeah.
But like prior to from like that 10:45 high till basically, I don't know, around 12, we just had red candle after red candle after red candle.
Mm-hmm.
It was it was something else. That's all I
But I
can
mean,
say.
that is like this type of price action right here. That's like indicative of, trend moves. They don't really offer you any great opportunity to get on. We just sell, pop, sell. Like these pops are just tiny, right?
Yeah.
This is like the best look that we got at it during midday markets when Joey and I were on this trade right here. And then it just continued to go.
Oh, that's right. You were on before this.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
pulling double
Damn.
duty.
That was a good time to be on. Must have
Yeah,
been
just
fun.
as soon as we got on it, it just started knifing. So
Yeah.
from like right here, it was really hard to put anything on when that happened. But
Yeah. Today was pretty crazy. I think a lot of newer traders have not seen price action like this.
no, I mean ain't that bad, is it?
I would say, I mean, when was the last
Like
time
when
we
you
had a
say
day
newer
like today?
traders, 1,000
I mean,
points. I mean April. We had moves
yeah,
like this in
yeah,
April.
newer traders in the last 6 months.
Damn,
April's been, it's been a long time since we've been in April.
it's almost like that was a lifetime ago.
Yeah, it felt like forever.
All
I will
right.
say that much. Um, April was insane. Wiped so many people out.
Yeah, you had to play smart for sure. And that rally, that I think the good time to buy day was the most insane day that I've seen in a long time.
What do you mean the good time to buy?
Trump tweeted
Mm,
whatever the low was in April, it was a good time to buy.
yeah.
And that day, the market rallied 10%.
They did warn us. We
He
can't say
did.
we were
He
not
did.
warned.
He did warn.
Yeah.
Warning was given.
But yeah, days like today, if you aren't already in, it's a good idea to just sit out.
Yeah, there's nothing. The thing that retail traders, intraday traders, whatever phrase you use, um, part of the advantage you have is that you don't have to be in a position. You're not forced into being into managing trades or putting positions on. Whereas, some of the larger institutional type money, they're always, there's constant requirements for some of these people to take action. That's one of the best edges that you have as a retail trader is you don't have to do anything sometimes.
Yeah, I think we get caught up in the whole FOMO thing, not realizing that tomorrow is another day,
Yep.
right? And so we've seen the market provide opportunities. Obviously, today's an outlier, right? Like, you don't see a day like today every single day. But there are days where the market does provide you with a really good opportunity to make money. You just have to be there to capitalize on that. And you can't be there if you over leverage or if you're constantly chasing or if you don't have the discipline to, stay alive in the market long enough to get to those days.
hmm
Most important thing for me is just living for tomorrow because it is so easy to blow up in these market conditions.
hmm From your standpoint, how long have you been trading futures? I'm curious.
You want to laugh?
I mean, I wouldn't laugh for any reason.
April.
Oh, sick.
So,
All right.
so like I've always traded futures. I think
Right.
I started trading futures in like October, November of what's 2 years ago from today? October, November of 2023.
Okay.
That's when like I started, and I would always just kind of treat it like, unfortunately, I used to treat it like a joke because I would I would go through these prop firms, $17 account with Apex, this and that, and I would just kind of like run through these accounts, not taking it serious. And then I would just blow the account and then I would not trade it again for like another couple, whatever, days, weeks. And I just kept doing that. And options was, my main thing at the time until April. When April tariffs happened, I just couldn't get a gauge on the market. Just, again, with options, there's all these outside factors that determine whether or not you're profitable in a position. And so I just, for whatever reason, I just couldn't get a grasp on it. And so I said, you know what, I've done, futures, I've gotten really close to payouts multiple times. Like, let me just try it again. And so I did, and then I kind of shifted my entire main focus onto just futures. Been day trading futures basically since April, and I took a back seat on day trading options. I just swing long-term positions now, and this is what I do every day. That's it.
Yeah.
And guys, when you do lock in and hone in, you can actually get really good at this. It's not as hard as everybody makes it, seem to be. It is hard. You just need to lock in. That's my spiel.
Lock in, chat. Heard it.
Lock in.
You heard it. So what was so you kind of played around with futures for a couple of years until you got super serious.
Yeah.
Sounds like you got super serious. So what were some of the things that you had to work through from, April until now to where you got kind of consistent and getting good results?
Yeah, I guess it was just one, being patient, and that's something I'm still working on. It's just you don't need to always be in a position. The thing with futures is, so the difference between futures and options, and it's something that I needed to kind of just like shift gears for and really understand, is the fact that with futures, you don't run, like, guys, I need to make a disclaimer. I am with props. So as far as props go, you do not run out of buying power, right? With options, like, if I have $1,000 account and I use $900, I gotta wait till tomorrow to trade. So with futures, something that I really, really needed to stop myself from was just constantly trying to be in a position, because I can enter so easily and I can exit so easily. And, you know, it's all within a click of a button. So that was a huge, huge transition that I needed to do. And again, it's something that I'm still working on. Patience, guys, it doesn't just come out of nowhere. It's something that needs to be worked on. And I guess another thing is, I will say this, I'm not the trader that I am right now that I was 3 months ago, let alone 6 months ago. And I catch myself constantly improving, constantly being better. And I think the more you spend time in front of the screens and just watching these charts, watching these candles form, you know, I just started to learn also about order flow. So that's something else that I'm trying to have under my belt. But the more you just spend time doing this and being intentional with it, don't just say, oh, I'm gonna sit here, try to take a trade just to say I took a trade, just to tell people I'm a day trader, right? You have to actually, you gotta do it because, you know, you see yourself doing this long term.
Yeah.
And yeah, those are just like some things. Let's read chat. You guys are so encouraging. Chat is awesome. I'm trying to learn the DOM and volume program. You would have to go check out Order Flow Labs. Right? You guys know you guys?
Yeah, there's actually a lot of good free resources on our YouTube channel for that.
There you go.
So it's literally a couple of hours worth of content. That you know, there's all kinds of stuff on YouTube, right? You know, I kind of self-taught some of the workflow stuff along with some close friends of mine. All I did was get on YouTube and grind out all the free content that I could find. And to be honest, I think that's the best way to do it because you can, you know, take nuggets and pieces of information from all kinds of different people. Because nobody really, I don't think anybody really does a great job, or this is, no, that's probably not the right way to say it. I don't think anybody's going to deliver a concise way that you could just take it in and learn it. Everybody has a different way of understanding and learning information. I might say something about the volume profile that's totally different than someone else, but we're saying the same thing in essence. And you might hear it from the other person and it just makes more sense to you. Although the concepts and, you know, how to use the actual thing is the same. So I would just consume as much as you can from, you know, various resources and then, you know, kind of like put it all together like a puzzle.
Yeah, I guess I would have to piggyback off you as well. Everything that you want to learn is out there, guys. We live in 2025 where everything is at the touch of a button, right? And information is so accessible nowadays that as long as you want to put in the work, you can definitely get the results that you want. But on the flip side of that is you need to also understand there is no magic indicator, there is no magic book, there is no magic video that you can watch or read that is going to get you to where you want to be. If there was, you know, everybody would be, you know, doing that. Everybody would be reading it. Everybody would be watching it. So just be wary of that. Don't think like there is just some magic thing out there that's going to miraculously teach you how to trade.
That's facts.
Salma, what indicator shows the previous day's high and low? It's this one. It's called Spaceman BTC Key Levels. It's free. And yeah, or you can try Key Levels.
I'm going to put a short
on NQ, right?
I'm just starting 2 lots. It's not quite up to these 89s, but I did see a little bit of selling come in through here on these 60s, so I was just giving it a quick stab at it.
Yeah, I think maybe 400 rejects that psych level and the 9 EMA.
harm, no foul.
I'll get in some with you because we just approached previous day low on ES. Micros. Let's see. Trying to look to see if there's any news that could potentially be causing this pop.
I'm back in here.
Oh, there is news, guys. I don't know if it's causing this, but just dropped that in the chat. U.S. judge temporarily blocks Trump's National Guard deployment in Washington, D.C. It literally came out 5 minutes ago. What'd you say, Leo?
No, I was just saying I put the short back on. I got stopped on the first entry on the 2 lots that I put on. So I was looking for just watching the see if there's any reason to put any additional side back up.
Yeah, 15-minute candles closing here. Hourly's closing. How's the hour looking? Oh, hour kind of looks like it could reverse here. This is something that I would look for, this kind of candle. I just don't know if bulls have it in them.
I'm out of mine.
Yeah, I don't like this 15-minute candles can close above the 9-minute. So NQ didn't, but ES did. And ES also closed above previous day low. This is looking iffy.
A lot better. Yeah, it's a lot better now. I'm back in at 88.
Yeah.
Early.
Are you scalping this or are you going for
So usually I would take, about 20 to 5 to 30. So like I'm be looking for cover at least a couple.
Because I do think if we reject here, I could see us making a new low.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just a matter of whether we reject or not. Oh, and we are in power hour now, so. How do we look on the video?
Thing is that we are in power hour, and I have a famous stat that's been shared many times on Ninja Trader. It is between now and the next 30 minutes, so from 3 to 3:30, if a new low is made on the day, about 68% of the time we'll make a new low in the next half hour.
Okay.
The same stat is also true for high of day. So if we do get a continuation here to a new low, there's a pretty strong stat that says the new, even more lows could come into play for that next half hour. Something that we've been, kind of using on the show because we, I don't typically trade end of day.
Yeah, I try not to either.
We're getting a little pretty nice move here though.
I like it. Were you watching yesterday when I took a trade with me and XY were on? I took a trade.
How was that?
Dude, I went long. I swear to you, the second I pressed enter,
You just got
it
it
just
just
knifed and I
dropped.
went negative 500 within, I'm telling you, within like 5 seconds. It was like they were waiting for me to get in.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna take one off here. I got two left. Put my stop in front. Um, just see what happens.
Give me new lows.
See, and that's the reason that I think micros are a great tool for when it's high vol day. I had to give this kind of two shots at it, which I'm willing to do because it's low risk, and then just I added to it when it really looked good.
Right.
Um, so that's kind of a nice thing about having the flexibility to trade micros on a high vol day, and price action is going to be even more whipping than normal for NQ.
Yeah, so even like I told you guys, fairly new to this, right? I'm on props. So for me, I feel most comfortable trading micros. I would rather have, for example, 10 micros on than one mini. I know Pax will probably not like that I said that. I know he's more of an advocate for minis, but yeah, I don't know. I've always liked the ability to have like a starter position, build on that position. I can always scale in, scale out, leave some runners, whatever the case may be. Just have
You
a little
should
bit more
read.
room.
You should read about my execution method.
You do
People
the
are putting
same?
post. We actually coined like an acronym for it. It's called POSA. It's like put on the position, observe the response, scale in, scale out, add on
Uh,
breaks, etc.
yeah. I love that. And that's something like that's actually something I brought over from options into futures.
Yeah,
Is so like whenever I would put on a position in options, I found a little bit more success in doing so slowly than in doing so like all at once.
mm,
'Cause if the trade goes on without me, then so be it. Like at least I'm in, right?
yeah.
If the trade starts to work against me and it's still valid and it comes to whatever, like a key level of mine, then I can average in, add a little bit more size and hit a little bit bigger, right? I'm gonna hold, and I will not be foolish, and I will put a stop at break even, so that I either scratch or I hit big. Oh, you have a good question in the chat, Leo.
How do you get over trading after a loss? I just can't seem to walk away. I think you have to just put a rule in for yourself that after a, a monetary value, a number of trades, that you at least give yourself a timeout. Like you just need to walk away. You need to walk away and get a fresh, clean head. And if you come back with a fresh, clean head and you still feel like you're on your A game, um, maybe that works. If that doesn't work, just set a daily loss limit and be done for the day. Use a DLL. It's there to help you when you are not unable to have you're unable to have the foresight in the moment, in the heat of the moment, that you're not really seeing the market the right way. How many trades do you take per session? I would say on average 7 to 8 flat to flat trades if I'm being super active, and maybe 3 or 4 if it's slow. How do you read the DCB level? How do you know it wasn't a legitimate retrace?
Amorus, está embalado porque no sabe qué hacer este fin de semana.
I'm not sure I follow the question. Stowe's good. I talk to him every day. He's got some family things that he's taking care of. They're a priority for him. But he'll be back.
Can I just add something to that one question you got about how to walk away from a loss?
Yeah.
It's so, especially a day like today, it's so easy to tell. It's so easy to want to revenge trade, try and make your money back. But these are the days where the market is out to get you and out to get your money. And so if you can just manage to walk away and you come back tomorrow, the you tomorrow will feel so much better that you walked away today. Okay.
That's so true.
The name of the game, guys, is survival. It's surviving another day in the market. And so if you can come back tomorrow, that's a win in itself, right? And it's something that we've all gone through. We've all gone through the tilt. We've all gone through like the revenge trading. And yeah, Shad, be a friend to your future self. I would say do a favor that your future self will thank you for. So whether it be something small, big, whatever the case may be. But yeah, there's a lot of people who in the past few weeks have just gotten wiped out of the market. Don't let that person be you just because you couldn't get a grasp of your emotions for 30 minutes, an hour. Just, yeah, think about tomorrow.
Hey, I just watched this all day and couldn't do anything.
Good job.
That's great. You didn't have like a clear view on a potential trade. You didn't take, sounds like you didn't. Even if you were frozen like a deer in headlights, you were still not putting on risk when you're in that state.
Yeah.
That's important.
Cash is a position, guys.
Mm-hmm. Leah, it's a question about how many trades you take. I would add the number of trades that my strategy present during my time at the chart. Yeah, I was just saying like generally, I'm probably more of an active trader. So, I usually have between 7 to 8 flat to flat trades that I take on a given day. Just like rough math. But that's also true that, if there's no real trade opportunity, I'm not just out there taking random positions.
Oh, and another thing, this can apply to anything. It doesn't just have to be the market, but if you tell yourself something, you tell yourself, if I say I'm going to wake up today at 7 in the morning, and then my 7 a.m. alarm goes off If I don't get up out of bed at 7 a.m. and I snooze and I go back to sleep, I am subconsciously letting myself down. I am subconsciously telling my brain that I am not strong enough to do X, Y, and Z. And the more you do those things, the more you let yourself down, the harder it is to actually stay true to your word and stick to that. So you can start out small in trading and you can say, you know, if I hit $500 profit today, I'm going to walk away. I'm going to be happy with that. If you can stick to something small and you continue to do that thing, then you will find yourself being consistent in other aspects as well. So just another thing to keep in mind. I'm done preaching though.
It's so true.
That is my little spiel.
It's so true. You have to do the little things right.
Yeah.
Before you can do the big things.
Guys, there's no one that's going to come do it for you. And so if you're not going to do it, then what the hell, right?
What the stream is for.
And by the way, it's not easy at all. Like there are times where I find myself struggling as well. So even if you start to do these things and you struggle, it's okay. At least it's still one step forward in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like this candle. Let's push back up.
We need a new low in 9 minutes.
Yeah. Knowing them, they'll probably stop me out and then do it. Yeah, this is not looking good here. All right, I'm done watching this.
You're done watching it?
It's either gonna stop me out or it's not.
Yeah.
Just do it.
I was actually thinking about adding to this trade here in the 40s, but I'm just gonna watch it.
Yeah. Karen, the ones below my candles, that just tells me that it's an inside bar. Basically, didn't take the high or the low of the previous candle. It's called the strat. You should look into it. It's a very good strategy for trading. I just kind of nitpick. I take a little bit of ideas from everywhere and I kind of incorporate them into my trading.
Also, a great thing is not taking any one strategy and just assuming that you can't also incorporate other things into what you do on a day to day.
Yeah. I've never been someone who just, stuck to one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How to get those multiple time frames? I'm not sure what you mean. Dennis, can you elaborate?
Yeah, Tyler, that's what I'm gonna do. Next time I come on, we'll be talking about FEGs and the manipulation. We have a joke about. We always have a good laugh about some of that stuff, Selma. So.
Oh, I know. I'm not entirely a big fan, so. Is the manipulation in the room with us?
Nick, it is now because you're here.
Dude, what is the high? That high is 0.50. It was a point and a tick away from my stop loss. Thank goodness.
I should have added to that trade like I wanted to.
Yeah, that would have been actually a really good ad.
Let's go make a new low.
Dump it.
Let's see if I can do a Stowe impression. A new low would be encouraging. Yes, it would. It would be encouraging. New lows would be
Production was
great.
waiting for that.
Yeah. Finger on the trigger. Oh, you did just pick out my new Twitter handle, didn't you? No.
You should just do it for like a day.
I'd probably lose my other one.
You'll lose like half your followers.
Yeah. I've been trying to get those red and blue order flow on your volume bars off to the right. Could you explain? These guys are these are custom built uh for for me. I requested them from our developer. So it's not anything that you can get for free. All it
Right.
is the volume profile. It's just doing it from a leg to leg standpoint and then just doing the math from the ask and the bid volume. So the delta of that is what's showing up. I'll pay you a fresh Lincoln for it. No thanks.
You actually thought about it.
I mean, I gotta be considerate of any offer, you know?
I hear you. Jacob said, Selma, what do the inside bars mean in your trading? Just curious about the importance and how they influence what you are seeing. So they're not necessarily something that I have to look for before taking a trade. The reason why I have them marked is just so that I can notice them better. Sometimes when the ones aren't there, like I won't be thinking to myself like, oh, okay, this is an inside bar. So having the one there just kind of, basically puts it in front of my face. But from my experience, I've noticed that they work better on higher time frames. 4 hour daily, they're good for swings. When we have like inside day bars, that's a good thing to keep an eye on, especially for like if you're doing options. If you're looking into getting into a trade, then like, okay, an inside bar, I will enter either calls or puts depending on if we take the high or the low out. Does that make sense? So like this bar right here, this candle that's still open, just took out the low of this one. So that to me would indicate like, okay, selling pressure is a little bit heavier than buying pressure. And I would try to target, this candle's wick low and then this candle's low and so on and so forth. But yeah, you should, again, I recommend looking into the strat. I know Sarah trades that. She has a lot of good videos on that. It's a good strategy if you don't already have one. Leo, are you seeing like a buyer somewhere here?
Yeah, into this low, there was a bit of an exhaustion
Yeah.
from an order flow perspective. So,
Just keep waking it every time we get here.
I mean, they took out all these lows and just kind of rebid it.
Yeah.
So,
And another thing, Wet Dub said it's nice because it provides take profit and stop loss. So yeah, the strat helps a lot with that. Again, it does work better on higher time frames, but it provides you with I'm trying to find one on higher time frame. Let me see. Okay, let's just use this for this example real quick. This is an inside bar. It's not good, and you wouldn't just take it on its own. But let's say you were looking to go long here, right? You would wait. Actually, never mind. This is a horrible example. Sorry. Let me find a better one. I'm not doing a good job right now. Okay, here, we can do this one. Okay, let's say here you see that we have one inside bar on the hourly, another one on the hourly. So you're starting to think to yourself like, okay, we've been chopping here. I want to get into I don't know whether I want to get into a short or a long. So I'm just gonna wait for the next candle to open up, and I'm gonna see whether we take the high or the low out first. So this candle opens up. We failed to take out the high of this candle, but we managed to take out the low, right? So now what you would do is you would use this low as your entry and you would get in short, and then you're going to look left on the chart. So now that you're in, you want to look to where you would take profit. And so you could use, for example, this candle's low as your take profit. And so if you did that, this next candle opens up, your TP would have hit. And then your stop loss could be the high of that inside bar. I hope that makes sense. That's just a really quick breakdown. Again, I would look into it. There's a lot of YouTube videos, a lot of books out there as well. Thank you guys for all the compliments. Me and Leo appreciate it.
Compliments. They don't ever give me compliments.
Oh no, they're giving you some.
Oh, it's the first
Hang out with
time.
Salma long enough and the compliments will come.
I mean, we're starting to build enough volume down here. I think the point of control will be down here. We got a big, we're building out kind of a volume node here. We've already done it NES, so we have the point of control for the day, 65.95. Is that right? Yeah, 65.95.
I just know if I exit the short, they're gonna flush it.
So no new low in L period, which so that stat is not in play. That doesn't mean we can't make a new low, but the stat we all track is not. Leo is the second best looking person on the screen. Second is good place. Hey, I'll take second.
If you're not first, you're second.
If you're not first, you're last.
You know
Apparently,
what?
now it's you're not first, you're second.
You know what? Sometimes I'm like, what the hell did I just say? Salma, take one for the team. Wow.
What's that? Oh, they're wanting you to cover
Yeah.
so that the market will go down.
I bet you if I do cover, it will. But here, I'll put a stop further in profit for 13 points.
Don't you have more than one on, right?
Yeah, I have 3. But I'm not gonna leave a 1 micro runner. I'd rather just exit. Take my dignity and
That's where I'm in a 1 micro runner,
It's different though on NQ. One micro pays on 100-point drop. You kidding me? On ES, it's not even worth it. Someone said, I don't age, I marinate. What?
You have to say you mesh well with whoever you are on with. Oh, that's nice. That's very kind.
You do a good job of that.
That was an awkward compliment. I don't think it was awkward.
Yeah, I don't think it was awkward.
I think it was super cool.
Or maybe they're talking about my compliment about me marinating.
Oh, yeah,
Maybe.
yeah, maybe. Age like fine wine. That's the classic saying.
Just flush it. Come on.
Go.
It's
Dump
like
it.
honestly, it's hanging on by a thread.
Anytime I'm sitting at the chart and begging it to dump, it never does. I'm just saying.
Yo, this
That
kid
Genevieve wouldn't
Hermit.
tell a woman she marinates.
Hermit. Oh my God.
That's so real. You age like 6-day-old ramen.
Like what? Oh, you guys are funny.
Smart, funny, and interesting, all in the same chat.
All right, chat. I hate to do this to you, but you need to like the stream, or
More
else.
likes, more selling. This is how this works.
Yeah, that's a good too. I was gonna say, or else I don't come back, but
We know that's not true. You're coming back.
I'll see you guys next week.
Marinate the likes, please.
Yeah, you know what? Leo does have a good personality, like very welcoming. I know when I first came on stream, I think you were the first person I streamed with.
Maybe.
Me, you, Nick, outside of the competition.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lower my stop and profit here, guys.
I mean, ES is.
Dude,
It's tickling. It's tickling the lows.
Just come on. Just do it.
New lows into the close. Not a frequent occurrence.
I just don't want them to push this up, stop me out, and then go right back down.
Order filled.
So typically these are how my trades go. I enter and I'm in them for like, I don't know, a couple minutes. I'm not in and out like under a minute. I like to hold, which sometimes can come back and bite you.
Stubborn hold this thing for a new low or take my money and run? That's the question.
Yeah, it's very difficult here. We got what, 23 minutes till close?
Yep. Any new info on the 30-minute stat you mentioned? Is there any more info? Yeah, it's on my Twitter. It's really just a simple stat. There's really not much more to say about it. But let me see if it's on painting the tape. I don't think it's on painting the tape.
Come on, here we go. NQ wants to make new lows. Come on. There you go. Is that new lows?
To the tick.
Yep. Drop
To
it.
the
Come on.
tick.
Come on, NQ, lead the way. I have to say this might be my best trade all day.
Nice.
Yeah, this is a little bit more calmer. This
All right.
morning and early afternoon was pretty crazy.
Definitely flush the lows now.
Here we go. ES is so close. Come on.
Get that prior month low.
I gotta lower my stop there. It's gotta just knife. It can't even like think to come back up. We got another weird comment, Leo, or weird compliment.
The same low key energy.
Even when they're excited, it's almost like ASMR.
That
What?
is insane.
But in a good way.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Rack City.
I'll take it.
I'm gonna take this off for 200 points. I'm happy with this trade. If I hold this any longer and it rallies right back against my face, I'm gonna be mad.
I just sold some puts that I was holding and take it.
Nice. We out.
You've
We're
got
flat.
mail.
Yo, I thought that was
That's
my
perfect. You thought that
that was
was
my
your mail?
Yes. Oh my
Oh,
God.
you still have it?
Yes, I use it all the time.
Holy shit.
I wish I could say what my username is out loud, but I'm not gonna. Don't even think about it, chat. Come on, just drop. Were you trading options via prop or your own account? Own account. I would not trust options prop firms. I can't like vet. Sorry, I can't vouch for any.
Is there a reason for the 1,000-point sell-off today? I think there were comments made earlier about no rate cut being on the table for December. And therefore, that brought the sellers to the party.
Oh, here we go, guys. Full TP there. Let's go.
Let's go. Did you hit
Let's
it?
go. Oh my God, yes. That was
Nice.
awesome.
Nice trade.
That was great.
Team short, well
That was like
executed.
that was almost a
Really
50
good.
point drop there. Let's go. W's in the chat.
W's in the chat.
W's in the chat. I've always wanted to say that.
We've never asked our chat to put W's in there, you know.
Guys, W's in the chat, please.
Do it for
I need
Salma.
I need to prove a point here.
Salma, come on. Do it for Salma.
do it,
W's
do
in the
it.
chat.
No, you gotta spam though.
Hey,
Not
they're
me
going.
spamming.
Here we go. There we go.
Let's go. Oh my God.
Cooper said we're more
Yo.
sophisticated than that.
Chat is going crazy. Oh, that was awesome.
That was fun.
This is great. Listen, between this trade and chat, I feel like I'm on cloud 9 right now. That was awesome. Good job, guys. Wit Dub said, but they can't hit like. Yeah, hit like, guys. Come on. So, fun fact, I've never actually watched anybody stream, so I don't know what they do on their streams. Rack City said 500 likes and they do the next stream on AIM. I'm down.
You've got
AIM.
mail.
We could do it.
May I meet you? No.
What a weird tweet that was.
I still don't get it. What even is that?
Oh,
I
you
literally
didn't
don't get it.
you didn't see it?
No, I even asked you guys yesterday and you were all like, you guys all answered it, but I had no idea what you were saying.
Okay, so Bill Ackman,
Mm,
do you know who he is?
yes.
Okay. So Bill Ackman wrote this tweet thread about kind of like encouraging other young people a way to meet other people, right? And he was describing what he did when he was young and ambitious to meet other people out in public. And he used the phrase, what I would do is walk up to somebody that I wanted to meet and just say, may I meet you?
Okay, as a woman, I'm not even sure. I think I would be so dumbfounded. I'd be like, What did you just say to me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, but
I
he
would
said
have.
that like in a business setting, or even like if approaching maybe another woman, whatever it was, he was just like he would just say, "May I meet you?" And it was the most
Creepy.
awkward tweet ever. So that's why everyone's saying, "May I meet you?"
Okay, now I get it.
Yeah. Was he crying
Awesome.
when he asked that? Probably.
Brad said, Salma, what's your most frequent time frame you look at? Uh, so it depends. I really, really, really like the 30-minute and the hourly. Obviously, on a day like today, where it's literally just been downtrending, there's no point in looking at the hourly, right? Like, I know we've just been knifing through all these levels. So a day like today, I hang out on the lower time frame. 15-minute and the 5. I only go on the 5 just to see how we're doing as far as the 9 EMA, if we're above, below. If we break above 15, and I see that every time on the 15, every time we've come to the 9 EMA, we've just gotten smacked right back down. So that tells me trend is still to the downside. And yeah, so 30 and 50, 30 and hourly to answer your question, and then days like today, I go lower time frame. What else is chat saying? What does Selma mean? I think it means peace. I'm not sure though. You could look it up.
Is that your real name or is that just
Wait, are you being serious?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's legit my name, yes.
Okay. I was just wondering.
What's your name?
Well, it's Leo.
Nardo? DiCaprio?
Um,
Leo.
I mean, if I was,
Bro.
I don't think Leonardo DiCaprio would be on an Ninja Trader stream.
Why not?
I mean, he could be. Maybe he likes to trade, but that's not me.
Or is your name Leotardo, like from The Sopranos?
Mm,
Hmm. Which, so?
Leo is in my name. I'll say that. How about that?
Guys,
Part of my name. Big
got,
time levels getting
you got me thinking.
there. All of this prior low from October 12th taken out. That's the last month. Last month's low.
Yep, just got taken out. Do you have a level
Look
here?
at
Because
this
my next
here.
level on NQ is not till 813.
I got 902 is like an area of importance. If you look at this, this little block here represents like a consolidation. We broke out from it to the upside forever.
Yeah.
So if we tested the top of this range, which is 900, 900, that would be kind of a level of support for me.
Dude, your chart is so nice.
Oh, thanks. It's
Yeah.
rather uncomplicated, but it does help me.
I like
It does help me.
uncomplicated charts.
Yeah. It's just I have the weekly, high low, the open, and then the monthly open, high low.
Yeah.
So
Those
and then
those
the
levels are
balance.
so important.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're so slept on. It blows
Yeah.
my mind that people don't know those reference points. But
Oops.
you know,
Yeah.
whatever.
I still think this 540 can get swept if we have more selling pressure in the next 10 minutes. Even they might do it actually after we close too.
We have 1 minute until Kane comes on and tells us the algo is coming.
I can't lie, that's probably the best sound clip. That and
It's
like
a good
Pax.
sound clip.
Pax is it's like one of my daughters. Um yeah, they're all trying to guess your name in the chat.
Are they really?
Yeah. Someone said Salma is where MLK famous speech was, wasn't it? I think you're talking about the march on Salma. And it's spelled differently than my name, but yeah.
We're still
Production
going.
says, listen, production says it's AOL Leo on screen.
AOL Leo.
Attention traders, it's algo time.
That's hilarious. AOL Leo. Man, those were the days.
Oh,
And we
that's
get our
funny.
big rally. Big rally. End of day short squeeze.
Yeah, let's see if Bulls got it. We just hit a standard deviation level that I have here. You can see we got it hit to the T almost. Just about. And even the candle prior to. This is a good area to just sit back and watch.
I don't think I've put an end of day, like last 10 minutes of the day trade on the stream ever.
Yeah, you did. Competition day, no?
Oh, well,
you
that's
weren't on
different.
stream.
That's different though.
Dude, I was in one until literally the last second. It was scary.
Yeah, you were head to head with Nick.
Yeah. Salma instantly calling Cap. I always gotta verify. You gotta always verify. Oh, this is a good question, Leo. Do you ever add to your winners?
I do, yeah. When we were up here at the 40s and just kind of paused there, I was honestly looking to add to that trade, and I just didn't do it. But that's something that let's see, something we've talked about quite a few times on the stream is one of the approaches that I use for like continuation trades is looking for like a retracement from each leg, right? So like if you look at this leg from this high to this low and looking for a retracement, if we're in a trend, like we're in a trend down today, this would be like the optimal area for for ads. I didn't take it, but you can see this pattern play out like quite frequently when the market's trending. So I'll look for those for ads to add to those positions. And that's definitely part of my playbook and strategy for sure.
Wait, you don't watch candlesticks, right?
No, I don't know anything about that.
Gotcha. Yeah, I
I
don't know
mean, I have
anything
a high
about.
time, like this is a high, this is a 60-minute chart. So kind of I monitor this, look at it in the morning. I spill a little bit of stuff on my keyboard here. I will watch this, throughout the day and kind of look at it in the morning, do some of my planning and preparation before the session starts. But then after that, I'm on the execution screen most of the rest of the day.
Gotcha. So like, let's say, what was your entry before? Like, I think it was like around 400 or something, 390-ish.
Yeah, I think it was like 388.
So let's say you got in at 390. So if you got in at 390, how close does it have to be to your entry for you to add on to your winner? Or you don't care about
Oh, I
averaging
don't
out?
care. Because like here the thing is like by the time that we pulled back to 41, I had already taken 3 contracts off.
Oh, right, yeah.
So at this point, I'm just putting more size on the trade because A, I think it's going to continue lower. It's a setup for me. And then B, I already have profit that I've taken on the trade. So it's almost like I'm adding to this position with money that I've already profited from for that trade sequence.
Right. That's something I actually need to work on and learn a little bit more.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
good
really
at
hard.
Yeah, I'm good at like obviously adding if let's say I front run a position and I'm in like 3 micros and then it goes back into the red. I'm good at adding into the red. I'm not good at adding into the green. But
Yeah,
I know like that's something Pax does. It's just he adds on
yeah,
as he takes profit. I guess I would have to get over the fact that like my average goes up.
yeah, for sure. That's one of the adjustments that you have to get
Yeah.
comfortable with is like, when you have a great trade on, you obviously have also a great price, right? Your entry
Right.
price is in a good position. So putting more size on exposes you because you now have to manage a position with a different entry price from an average perspective.
Hmm.
And so it's just dealing with how do you sort that out when, price comes and tests the new entry, et cetera.
Right. So like let's say you had 5 lots on, right? And then it comes down to a TP. What would you take off? 3?
Yeah.
And then so if you took off 3, now you're in 2, and then it comes
Mhm.
back up, it retraces back up to a place where you would want to add. Are
Yeah.
you adding 3 on again or are you adding
Yeah. I might add
less?
more. I might add more
Oh,
because
really?
the conviction in the trade is a little stronger at that point because it's already working, right?
Right.
So here I might go for if normally, it's a 5 lot, I might put, I have 2 on, took off 3, I might put 6 on here.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Definitely need to learn that. See, chat, even when you think like, you might think that you know it all or you have it all. With trading, the good thing about trading is things can only get better. You can only add on to the information that you already have and the information that you already know. And that's one thing I love about this career. It's just like you can't be complacent. You have to always be willing to want to know more, want to get better.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's see how many likes are we at on the stream. Guys, we have 600 people watching, 300 likes.
300 is
think you can.
respectable. I think they allow us to leave for 300 for sure.
No, I'm not leaving like that.
You're not? Okay.
No.
Someone's like, no, we ain't done yet.
We're not settling. Come on. I mean, like 50% is not a good percentage. We could do better. And I'm trying to be humble here.
I'm always flat end of day. I don't hold anything overnight currently.
No one can trade like I can in my sim account. Made billions in that thing. Dude, you're
That's
so
funny.
good.
You're such a good trader. If Jim were here, he'd never let you out of the basement for that. Wow.
Rumor has it XY is still stuck in his basement.
You guys ain't going nowhere.
That's not even a rumor.
Oh my God. Salma is like shaming us. Yes, I am. I think we could do 400 in the next 2 minutes, guys.
Damn. She's just straight up calling you guys out. It's bold. Not gonna
I
lie.
will say one thing is Salma does not beat around the bush. Gaslighting us. Oh,
That's
too funny.
hilarious.
Yeah. Leo, you saw the chat, right?
What's up?
You saw our
Gaslighting?
chat? No, our chat.
Oh,
Check it out.
our chat? Did you send me something?
No, I didn't send you something.
Oh.
Production sent you something.
Oh, shoot.
I'm like trying to use code words. I'm like, our chat.
Yeah. All right. Pretty soon it's gonna be the end of the session.
This went
And
by pretty quick.
before we sign off today, we need to get another 20 likes.
20's too low.
You got 40 seconds to drop in 20 likes. Salma
What?
has done a fantastic job this week.
Oh, thank you.
So we should make sure that we bump the likes up even more to encourage her to come back.
Yeah, I would love to be back.
Winner of the cup. Just crushing it.
I want to leave like Leonardo DiCaprio. Wolf of Wall Street. He's got the mic in his hand.
Yes. There it is. We closed.
I grabbed my mic
It's
and
over.
I ended up muting myself. My bad.
Closing at the lows.
That was a lame close, but
Yep.
we had a great session. Yeah, 100%.
All right, we got the likes. We got some good trades. And tomorrow, XY, Pax, and Chris will be on tomorrow morning. So make sure you don't miss out on that. And we'll see you next time. See you, chat.
Bye, guys. Take care.
Goodbye.